equals S50 caret 00 caret pound, 0 caret RS50, O pound equals caret or equals for O caret, OC caret equals I. Millimeter I caret T srift srimk WR asterisk feet. Le Bahadur Shastri Academy of Administration. Muse 800 RIE. W caret RRC asterisk RR. Accession no. Unfefar carity. H class no. Book no. Jto asterisk. Library. 7356. 29 / SP2.C, V8. Caret 3 degree C caret S, Osaksui, OS. 291. Sac V.8. L8 Sima. The Sacred Books of the East. Translated by various Oriental scholars. And edited by F. Max Moller. Volume 8. Sacred Books of the East series. In 50 volumes. Vol. 1, 15. The Upanishads, in 2 vols. F. Max Miller. 2, 14. The Sacred Laws of Aryas, in 2 vols, Georg Bühler. 3, 16, 27, 28, 39, 40. The Sacred Books of China. In 6 vols. James Legge. 4,23, 31. The Zendavesta, in 3 vols. James Darmesteter and L. H. Mills. 58, 24, 87, 47. Pahlavi texts, in 5 vols. E. W. West. B9, The Qur'an, in 2 vols. E. H. Palmer. 7. The Institutes of Vishnu. Julius Jolly. 8. The Bhagavadgita with the Sanatsujatiya and the Anugita. Kashinath Trimbak Telang. M. The Dhammapada, F. Max Muller, Suttanipata, V. Fausball. 11. Buddhist Suttas, T. W. Rhys Davids. 12. 2b, 41, 43, 44. The Satapatha Brahmana, in 5 vols. Julius Eggkling. 13, 17, 20. V1 Naya texts, in 3 vols. T. W. Rhys Davids and Hermann Oldenburg. 19. The For Siio Hing Song King, Samuel Beal. 21. The Sadharma Pundalika or the Lotus of the True Law. H. Kern. 2243. Jaina Sutras, in 2 vols. Hermann Jacobi. 23. Manu, Georg Bielka. 29, 30. The Grioya Sutras, in 2 vols. Hermann Oldenburg and F. Max Muller. 32, 46. Ved 1G Hymns, in 2 vols. F. Max Muller and H. Oldenburg. 33. The Minor Law Books, Julius Jolly. 34, 38. The Vedanta Sutras, in 2 vols. With Sarkaracharyas. Commentary, G. Thibort. 35, 36. The Questions of King Milinda, in 2 vols. T. W. Rhys Davids. 42 Hymns of the Atharvaveda M. Bloomfield. 48. The Vedanta Sutras with Ramanuja's Srabhasya, G. Thibort. 49. Buddhist Mahayana texts, E. B. Cowell, F. Max Muller. And J. Takakazu. 50. Index, M. Winternitz. The Bhagavadgita. With the Sanatsujatiya. And the Anugita. Translated by Kashinath Trimbak Telang, M.A. Motilal Banarsidas. Delhi, Varanasi, Patna. Motilal Banarsidas. First published by the Oxford University Press, 1882. Reprinted by Motilal Banarsidas, 1965, 1970, 1975. 29. I. SCLC. V. and. Printed in India. By Shantwan Lal Jain, at SHRI Jainendra Press, Bungalow Road, Jawahar Nehru, Delhi 7 and published by Sudar Lal Jain, for Motilal Banarsidas, Bungalow Road, Jawahar Nehru, Delhi 7. Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi 4. The 10th of June, 1962. 1 am very glad to know that the sacred books of the East, published years ago by the Clarendon Press, Oxford, which have been out of print for a number of years, will now be available to all students of religion and philosophy. The enterprise of the publishers is commendable and I hope the books will be widely read. S. Radhakrishnan. Publisher's note. First, the man distinguished between eternal and perish able. Later he discovered within himself the germ of the eternal. This discovery was an epoch in the history of the human mind and the East was the first to discover it. To watch in the sacred books of the East the dawn of this religious consciousness of man, must always remain one of the most inspiring and hallowing sights in the whole history of the world. In order to have a solid foundation for a comparative study of the religions of the East, we must have before all things, complete and thoroughly faithful translation of their sacred books in which some of the ancient sayings were preserved because they were so true and so striking that they could not be forgotten. They contained eternal truths, expressed for the first time in human language. With profoundest reverence for Drs. Radhakrishnan, President of India, who inspired us for the task, our deep sense of gratitude for Dr. G. D. Deshmukh and Dr. D. S. Karturi, for encouraging assistance, esteemed appreciation of USCO for the warm endorsement of the cause, and finally, with indebtedness to Dr. H. Rao, Director, Max Muller, Bhawan, New Delhi, in procuring us the texts of the series. For reprint, we humbly conclude. Contents: Bhagavadgita. Introduction. Translation. Sanatsujatiya. Introduction. Translation. Anugita. Introduction. Translation. Index of Principal Matters. Sanskrit Index. Pace 37. Asterisk 35. 149. 197. 229. 395. 439. Transliteration of Oriental alphabets adopted for the translations of the sacred books of the East. Introduction to Bhagavadgita. It has become quite a literary commonplace that, to borrow the words of Professor Max Muller in one of his recent lectures, history, in the ordinary sense of the word, is almost unknown in Indian literature, and it is certainly a remarkable irony of fate that we should be obliged to make this remark on the very threshold of an introduction to the Bhagavad-Gita, for according to the eminent French philosopher, cousin to this great deficiency in Sanskrit literature is due, in no inconsiderable measure, to the doctrines propounded in the Bhagavad-Gita itself. But however that Maybe, this much is certain, that the student of the Bhagavadgita must, for the present, go without that reliable historical information touching the author of the work, the time at which it was composed, and even the place it occupies in literature, which one naturally desires, when entering upon the study of any work. More especially in an attempt like the present, intended as it mainly is for students of the history of religion, I should have been better pleased, if I could, in this introduction, have concentrated to a focus, as it were, only those well ascertained historical results, on which there is something like a consensus of opinion among persons qualified to judge. But there is no exaggeration in saying, that it is almost impossible to lay down even a single proposition respecting any important 1 Hibbert Lectures. p. 131. 2 Lectures on the History of Modern Philosophy, translated by O. W. White. Volume I, pp. 49, 50. At p. 433 seek. Of the second volume, M. Cousin gives a general view of the doctrine of the GTT4. See also Mr. Mort's and Ritter's Histories of Philosophy. 2. Bhagavadgita. Matter connected with the Bhagavadgita, about which any such consensus can be said to exist. The conclusions arrived at in this introduction must, therefore, be distinctly understood to embody individual opinions only, and must be taken accordingly for what they are worth. The full name of the work is Bhagavadgita. In common parlance, we often abbreviate the name into Gita, and in Sanskrit literature the name occurs in both forms. In the works of 5 Arikarakaritra, quotations from the Gita are introduced, sometimes with the words in the Gita, or in the Bhagavadgita, and sometimes with words which may be rendered in the Gitas, the plural form being used in the colophons to the MSS of the work. The form current apparently throughout India is, in the Upanishads sung Git and S, by the deity / Sankha and Karitarya, indeed, sometimes calls it Dhulvara Git and 2, which, I believe, is the specific title of a different work altogether. The signification, however, of the two names is identical, namely, the song sung by the deity, or, as Wilkins translates it, the divine lay. This divine lay forms part of the Bhashma Pavan of the Ma and Bh and Rata, one of the two well-known national epics of India. The Gita gives its name to a subdivision of the Bhishma Pavan, which is called the Bhagavadgita Pavan, and which includes, in addition to the 18 chapters of which the Gita consists, 12 other chapters. Upon this, the question has naturally arisen, is the Gita genuine portion of the Ma and Bh and Rata, or is it a later addition? The question is one of considerable difficulty. But I cannot help saying, that the manner in which it has been generally dealt with is not altogether satisfactory to my mind. Before going any further into that question, however, it is desirable to state some of the facts on which the decision must be based. It appears, then, that the royal family of Hastinapura was divided into two branches, the one called the Kauravas, and the other the P//Afavas. The 1x. Gr. Sariraka Bh and Shire, Vol 2, p. 840. It is also often cited as a Samsti. Ibid, Vol. I, p. 15a. Asterisk C inter alia. Sariraka Bh and Shire, Volume I, p. 455, Volume 2, p. 687, and Cole. Books Essays, Volume I, p. 355, Madras, Lassen's edition of the GITS, XXXV. Introduction. 3. Former wished to keep the latter out of the share of the kingdom claimed by them. And so, after many attempts at an amicable arrangement had proved fruitless, it was determined to decide the differences between the two parties by the arbitrament of arms. Each party accordingly collected its adherents, and the hostile armies met on the holy field of Kurukshetra, mentioned in the opening lines of our poem. At this juncture, Mshsa Dvapandhyana, alias Vyasa, a relative of both parties and endowed with more than human powers, presents himself before Dntar and Shah/Ra, the father of the Kauravas, who is stated to be altogether blind. Vyasa asks Dhr to rush/Ra whether it is his wish to look with his own eyes on the course of the battle, and on Dntar/Ra's expressing his reluctance, Vyasa deputes one Sakaritaya to relate to Dltar and Shfra all the events of the battle, giving to Sapasentaya, by means of his own human powers, all necessary aids for performing the duty. Then the battle begins, and after a 10 days struggle, the first great general of the Kauravas, namely Bhishma, falls. At this point Sakaritaya comes up to Dntar/Ra, and announces to him the sad result, which is of course a great blow to his party. Dhr/Tar/Ra then makes numerous enquiries of Sakaritaya regarding the course of the conflict, all of which Sapasentaya duly answers. And among his earliest answers is the account of the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna at the commencement of the battle, which constitutes the Bhagavadgita, after relating to Dntar and Shah/Ra that wonderful and holy dialogue, and after giving an account of what occurred in the intervals of the conversation, Sapasentaya proceeds to narrate the actual events of the battle. With this rough outline of the framework of the story before us, we are now in a position to consider the opposing arguments on the point above noted. Mr. Tallboys Wheeler writes on that point as follows: 8, but there remains 1 degree ry. Asterisk. Brief by the late Goldsteker. In the Westminster Review, April 868. p. 39 Seek. See now his literary remains, 2. Asterisk History of India, Volume I, p. 393. 4. Bhagavadgita. Other anomalous characteristic of the history of the Great War, as it is recorded in the Mahabharata, which cannot be passed over in silence, and that is the extraordinary abruptness and infelicity with which Brahmanical discourses, such as essays on law, on morals, sermons on divine things, and even instruction in the so-called sciences, are recklessly grafted upon the main narrative, Krishna, and are Arjuna, on the morning of the first day of the war, when both armies are drawn out in battle array, and hostilities are about to begin, enter into a long and philosophical dialogue respecting the various forms of devotion which lead to emancipation of the soul, and it cannot be denied that, however incongruous and irrelevant such a dialogue must appear on the eve of battle, the discourse of Krishna, whilst acting as the charioteer of Arjuna, contains the essence of the most spiritual phases of Brahmanical teaching, and is expressed in language of such depth and sublimity, that it has become deservedly known as the Bhagavad-Gita or Divine Song. Indeed, no effort has been spared by the Brahmanical compilers to convert the history of the Great War into a vehicle for Brahmanical teaching, and so skillfully are many of these interpolations interwoven with the story, that it is frequently impossible to narrate the one, without referring to the other. However irrelevant the matter may be to the main subject in hand. One, it appears to me, I own, very difficult to accept that as a satisfactory argument, amounting, as it does, to no more than this, that interpolations / which must needs be referred to in narrating the main story, even to make it intelligible, are nevertheless to be regarded as evidently the product of a Brahmanical age, and presumably also a later age, because, forsooth, they are irrelevant and incongruous according to the tastes and ideas not of the time, be it remembered, when the main story is supposed to have been written, but, of this enlightened 19th century, the support, too, which may be sup. 1 History of India, Volume I, p. 288. And compare generally. Upon this point the remarks in Gladstone's Homer, especially Volume I, p. 70 seek introduction. 5. Posed to be derived by this argument from the allegation that there has been an attempt to Brahmanize, so to say, the history of the Great War, appears to me to be extremely weak, so far as the Gita is concerned. But that is a point which will have to be considered more at large in the sequel one. While, however, I am not prepared to admit the cogency Mr. Wheeler's arguments, I am not, on the other hand, to be understood as holding that the Gita must be accepted as a genuine part of the original Mahabharata. I own that my feeling on the subject is something akin to that of the great historian of Greece regarding the Homeric question. A feeling of painful diffidence regarding the soundness of any conclusion whatever. While it is impossible not to feel serious doubts about the critical condition of the Mahabharata generally, while, indeed, we may be almost certain that the work has been tampered with from time to me too, it is difficult to come to a satisfactory conclusion regarding any particular given section of it. And it must be remembered, also, that the alternatives for us to choose from in these cases are not only these two, that the section in question may be a genuine part of the work, or that it may be a later interpolation, but also this, as suggested recently, though not for the first time, by Mr. Freeman 3. With reference to the Homeric question, that the section may have been in existence at the date of the original epos, and may have been worked by the author of the epos into his own production. For that absence of dread, either of the law or sentiment of copyright which Mr. Freeman relies upon with regard to a primitive Greek poet, was by no means confined to the Greek people, but may be traced amongst us also. The commentator Madhu Stidana Sarasvati likens the Gita to those dialogues which occur in sundry Vedic works, particularly the Upanishads, for possibly, I will not use a stronger word, possibly the Gita 1 Infra, p. 21 seek. Compare the late Professor Goldsteeker's remarks in the Westminster Review for April 1868, p. 389. 8 Contemporary Review, February 1879. 4 Madhushdana mentions the dialogue between Tfanakar and Vikarithfavalkya as a specific parallel. 6 Bhagavadgita may have existed as such a dialogue before the Mapound Bh and Rata, and may have been appropriated by the author of the Ma and Bh and Rata to his own purposes k. But yet, upon the whole, having regard to the fact that those ideas of unity on which Mr. Wheeler and others set so much store are scarcely appropriate to our old literature, to the fact that the Gita fits pretty well into the setting given to it in the Pshmapavan, to the fact that the feeling of a guna, which gives occasion to it, is not at all inconsistent, but is most consonant with poetical justice, to the fact that there is not in the Gita and, in my judgment, any trace of a sectarian or Brahmanizing spirit too, such as Mr. Wheeler and also the late Professor Goldsteeker 3 hold to have animated the arrangers of the Ma 3 Bh 3 Rata. Having regard, I say, to all these facts, I am prepared to add here, I will not say without diffidence, to the theory of the genuineness of the Bhagavadgita as a portion of the original Ma and Bharata. The next point to consider is as to the authorship of the Gita. The popular notion on this subject is pretty well known. The whole of the Ma and Bh and Rata is, by our traditions, attributed to Vyasa, whom we have already noticed as a relative of the Kauravas and p//Kauravas, and therefore the Bhagavadgita, also, is naturally affiliated to the same author. The earliest written testimony to this authorship that I can trace, is to be found in Sankafal/F. Dryuskaman Terry on the Gita for itself and on the Bhadfiras/Yakopani. Shad 5. To a certain extent, the mention of Vy and Sa in the body of the Gita and would, from a historic standpoint, seem to militate against this tradition. But I have not seen in any of the commentaries to which I have had access, any consideration of this point, as there is of the mention in some 1c to this effect M. Fanriel, quoted in Grote's Greece, 2, 195, Cabinet ed. A compare also Weber's History of Indian Literature, English translation. p. 187. The instruction, however, as to the reverence due to the priesthood from the military caste which is there spoken of, appears to me to be entirely absent from the GTT and CP 21 Sikh. Infra. Pound Westminster Review, April 1868, p. 388 Sikh. And remains, I. 104, 105. Asterisk p. 6, Calcutta ed. Samvat, 1927. p. 841, Bible. Indi, ed. Also Karit Vetavatara, p. 278. Introduction. 7. Smritis and Sfitras of the names of those to whom those SMR/Ts and Sfitras are respectively ascribed k. We must now leave these preliminary questions, un. Luckily in a state far from satisfactory, and proceed to that most important topic, the date when the Gita was composed, and the position it occupies in Sanskrit literature. We have here to consider the external evidence bearing on these points, which is tantalizingly meager, and the internal evidence, which is, perhaps, somewhat more full. And taking first the internal evidence, the various items falling under that head may be marshaled into 4 groups. Firstly, we have to consider the general character of the Gita with reference to its mode of handling its subject. Secondly, there is the character of its style and language. Thirdly, we have to consider the nature of the versification of the Gita and fourthly and lastly, we must take note of sundry points of detail, such as the attitude of the Gita towards the Vedas and towards caste, its allusions to other systems of speculation, and other matters of the like nature. On each of these groups, in the order here stated, we now proceed to make a few observations. And first about the manner in which the Gita deals with its subject. It appears to me that the work bears on the face of it very plain marks indicating that it belongs to an age prior to the system-making age of Sanskrit philosophy. In 1875, I wrote as follows upon this point: my view is that in the Gita and the Upanishads, the philosophical part has not been consistently and fully worked out. We have there the results of free thought, exercised on different subjects of great moment, unfettered by the exigencies of any foregone conclusions, or of any fully developed theory. It is afterwards, it is at a later stage of philosophical progress, that system-making arises. In that stage some thinkers interpret whole works by the light of some particular doctrines or expressions. And the result is the development of a whole multitude of philosophical sects, following the lead of those thinkers, and all professing to 1c. As to this, Colebrook's Essays, Volume I. p. 328, Madras. 8 Bhagavadgita. Draw their doctrine from the Gita or the Upanishads, yet each differing remarkably from the other since this was written, Professor Max Muller's Hebert lectures have been published. And I am happy to find that as regards the Upanishads, his view coincides exactly with that which I have expressed in the words now quoted. Professor Max Muller says, There is not what may be called a philosophical system in these Upanishads. They are, in the true sense of the word, guesses at truth, frequently contradicting each other, yet all tending in one direction. Further corroboration for the same view is also forthcoming. Professor Fitzedward Hall, in a passage which I had not noticed before, says 3, in the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita and other ancient Hindu books, we encounter, in combination, the doctrines which, after having been subjected to modifications that rendered them as wholes irreconcilable, /air distinguished, at an uncertain period, into what have for many ages been styled the S and Nkhya and the Vedanta. We have thus very weighty authority for adhering to the view already expressed on this important topic. But as Professor Weber appears to have expressed an opinion intended perhaps to throw some doubt on the correctness of that view, it is desirable to go a little more into detail to fortify it by actual reference to the contents of the Gita, and the more especially as we can thus elucidate the true character of that work. Before doing so, however, it may be pointed out that the proposition we have laid down is one, the test of which lies more in a comprehensive review of the whole of the Gita than in the investigation of small details on which there is necessarily much room for difference of opinion. And first, let us compare that indisputably systematized work, the current Yoga Sutras 5, with the Bhagavadgita on 1. See the introductory essay to Ray Bhagavadgita, translated into English. Blank verse, Pilksai. See also Goldstucker's Remains, I, 48, 77, 2, 10. Asterisk p. 317. Compare also p. 338. 8. Preface to Sankhya S and I. p. 7, Bible. Indi, ed. 4. History of Indian Literature, p. 28. 8. Are we to infer from the circumstance mentioned in Weber's History of Introduction? 9. One or two topics, where they both travel over common ground. In the Gita, chapter 6, stanzas 33, 34, p. 71. We have our Una putting what is, in substance, a question to Kr//Sha, as to how the mind, which is admittedly fickle, boisterous, strong, and obstinate / is to be brought under control, such control having been declared by Krishna to be necessary for attaining devotion, yoga. Krishna answers by saying that the mind may be restrained by practice, abhidsa, and indifference to worldly objects. Vairangya. He then goes on to say that devotion cannot be attained without self-restraint, but that one who has self-restraint and works to achieve devotion may succeed in acquiring it. Here the subject drops. There is no further explanation of practice or indifference to worldly objects / no exposition of the mode in which they work, and so forth. Contrast now the Yoga Sutras. The topic is there discussed at the very outset of the work. As usual, the author begins with now therefore the yoga is to be taught. He then explains yoga by the well-known definition: yoga is the restraint of the movements of the mind. And then after pointing out what the movements of the mind are, he proceeds, their restraint is by means of practice and indifference to worldly objects / the very terms be it remarked in passing, which are used in the Bhagavadgita. But having come thus far, the author of the Sutras does not drop the subject as the author of the Gita and does. He goes on in this wise: practice is the effort for keeping it steady, and that becomes firmly grounded when resorted to for a long time, without interruption, and with correct conduct. So far we have a discussion of the first requisite specified, namely, practice. Patankarita then goes on to his second requisite for mental restraint. In difference to worldly objects is the consciousness of having subdued desires and c. Vasika and rasa ngnk, which belongs to one having no longing for objects visible aft those which. Indian Literature, p. 223, note 235, that the author of these Siltras was older than Buddha. Once Filtra 12, Alhi and Savarajiyabhi and / Taniroda / L. Io Bhagavadgita. Are heard of asterisk, from S and STIS and C, such as heaven and so forth. He next proceeds to distinguish another and higher species of one indifference / and then he goes on to point out the results of that self-restraint which is to be acquired in the mode he has expounded. That is one instance. Now take another. In chapter 6, stanza IO and following stanzas, the Gita sets forth elaborately the mode of practically achieving the mental abstraction called yoga. It need not be reproduced here. The reader can readily find out how. Sundry directions are there given for the purpose specified, but without any attempt at systematizing. Contrast the Yogas Filtras in the Asadhanapa and the section treating of the acquisition of yoga. Patankarita states in the 29th aphorism the well-known 8 elements of yoga. Then he subdivides these elements, and expatiates on each of them distinctly, defining them, indicating the mode of acquiring them, and hinting at the results which flow from them. Asterisk that inordinate love of subdivision / which Dr. F.E. Hall 1 has somewhere attributed to the Hindus, appears plainly in these aphorisms, while there is not a trace of it in the corresponding passage in the Bhagavadgita. In my opinion, therefore, these comparisons strongly corroborate the proposition we have laid down regarding the unsystematic, or rather non-systematic, character of the work. In the one we have definition, classification, division, and subdivision. In the other we have a set of practical directions, without any attempt to arrange them in any very scientific order. In the one you have a set of technical terms with specific significations. In the other no such precision is yet manifest. In one word, you have in the Gita and the germs, and noteworthy germs too, of a system. 2. And you have most of the raw material of a system, but you have no system ready-made. Let us look at the matter now from a slightly different point of view. There are sundry words used in the Bhagavad. One in the preface to his Sankhya Sutra, I think. Asterisk this is all that we can infer from the few cases of division and classification which we do meet with in the G.T. Pound. A subject like that treated of in this work could not well be discussed without some classifications and see Introduction. II. Vagt. the significations of which are not quite identical throughout the work. Take, for instance, the word yoga / which we have rendered devotion / Adjita, chapter 2. Stanza 48, p. 49, a definition is given of that word. In chapter 6, the signification it bears is entirely different. And again in chapter 9, stanza 5, there is still another sense in which the word is used. 1. The word Brahman 2 occurs in widely varying significations, and one of its meanings, indeed, is quite singular, namely, nature *, see chapter 14, stanza 3. Similar observations, to a greater or less extent, apply to the words buddhi, atman, and sva, bh and vatu. Now these are words which stand for ideas not unimportant in the philosophy of the Bhagavadgita, and the absence of scientific precision about their use appears to me to be some indication of that non-systematic character of which we have already spoken. There is one other line of argument, which leads, I think, to the same conclusion. There are several passages in the Gita for which it is not very easy to reconcile with one another, and no attempt is made to harmonize them. Thus, for example, in stanza 16 of chapter 7, Krishna divides his devotees into 4 classes, one of which consists of men of knowledge / whom, Knsh says, he considers as his own self. It would probably be difficult to imagine any expression which could indicate higher esteem. Yet in stanza 46 of chapter 6, we have it laid down, that the devotee is superior not only to the mere performer of penances, but even to the men of knowledge. The commentators betray their Gnostic bias by interpreting men of knowledge in this latter passage to rein those who have acquired erudition in the S and STIS and their significations. This is not an interpretation to be necessarily rejected, but there is in it a certain twisting of words, which, under the circumstances here, I am not inclined to accept. And on the other hand, it must not be forgotten that the implication fairly derivable. 1. In chapter X the word occurs in 2 different senses in the same stanza, St. 7. 2. Compare th * various passages, references to which are collected in the Sanskrit index at the end of this volume. 8. B. 12 Bhagavadgita. From chapter 4, stanza 38, pp 6 am, 63. Would seem to be rather that knowledge is superior to devotion is the higher stage to be reached by means of devotion as the stepping stone. In another passage again at Gita and chapter 12, stanza 12, concentration is preferred to knowledge, which also seems to me to be irreconcilable with chapter 7, stanza 16. Take still another instance. At Git pound, chapter V, stanza 15, it is said that the Lord receives the sin or merit of none. Yet at chapter V, stanza 29, and again at chapter 9, stanza 24, Krishna calls himself the Lord and enjoyer * of all sacrifices and penances. How, it may well be asked, can the Supreme Being enjoy * that which he does not even receive? Once more, at chapter X, Stanza 29, Nshwa declares that none is hateful to me. None dear. And yet the remarkable verses at the close of Chapter 12 seem to stand in point-blank contradiction to that declaration. There, through a most elaborate series of stanzas, the burden of Krishna's eloquent sermon is such a one is dear to me. And again in those fine verses, where Krishna winds up his divine lay, he similarly tells Arjuna that he, Arjuna, is dear to Krishna. And Krishna also speaks of that devotee as dear to him, who may publish the mystery of the Gita, and among those who reverence the Supreme Being L. And yet again, how are we to reconcile the same passage about none being hateful or dear to KWSH //A, with his own words at chapter 16, stanza 18, and following stanzas? The language used in describing the demoniac people there mentioned is not remarkable for sweetness towards them, while Krishna says positively, I hurl down such people into demoniac wombs, whereby they go down into misery and the vilest condition. These persons are scarcely characterized with accuracy as neither hateful nor dear to Krishna. It seems to me that all these are real inconsistencies in the Jitsai, not such, perhaps, as might not be explained away, but such, I think, as indicate a mind-making guesses at truth, as Professor Max 1 and c. 2, chapter 7, stanza 1. 7, where the man of knowledge is declared to be dear to K//Shwa. Introduction. 13. Muller puts it, rather than a mind elaborating a complete and organized system of philosophy, there is not even a trace of consciousness on the part of the author that these inconsistencies exist, and the contexts of the various passages indicate, in my judgment, that a half-truth is struck out here, and another half-truth there, with special reference to the special subject then under discussion. But no attempt is made to organize the various half-truths, which are apparently incompatible, into a symmetrical whole, where the apparent inconsistencies might possibly vanish altogether in the higher synthesis. And having regard to these various points, and to the further point, that the sequence of ideas throughout the verses of the Gita pound is not always easily followed, we are, I think, safe in adhering to the opinion expressed above, that the Gita is a non-systematic work, and in that respect belongs to the same class as the older Upanishads. We next come to the consideration of the style and language of the Bhagavad-Gita. And that, I think, furnishes a strong argument for the proposition that it belongs to an age considerably prior to the epoch of the artificial department of Sanskrit literature. The epoch, namely, of the dramas and poems. In its general character, the style impresses me as quite archaic in its simplicity. Compounds, properly so called, are not numerous. Such as there are not long ones, and very rarely, if ever, present any puzzle in analyzing the contrast there presented with what is called the classical literature, as represented by Banner or the /in, or even K-Lidsa, is not a little striking. In Ksilidasa, doubtless, the love for compounds is pretty well subdued, though I think his works have a perceptibly larger proportion of them than the G.M. But after K and Lee, D and S.A. the love for compounds goes through a remarkable development, till in later writings it may be said almost to have gone mad. Even in B and NA and the /M in Subundu and Bhagavadgita, the plethora of compounds is often weary. Some. And the same remark applies to many of the copper plate and other inscriptions which have been recently B2 Bhagavadgita deciphered, and some of which date from the early centuries of the Christian era. Take again the exuberance of figures and tropes, which is so marked in the classical style. There is little or nothing of that in the GLTD, where you have a plain and direct style of natural simplicity, and yet a style not by any means devoid of aesthetic merit, like the style of the Svitra literature. There is also an almost complete absence of involved syntactical constructions, no attempt to secure that jingle of like sounds, which seems to have proved a temptation too strong even for Kalidas's muse entirely to resist. But on the contrary, we have those repetitions of words and phrases, which are characteristic, and not only in Sanskrit, of the style of an archaic period, adverting, specially, to the language, as distinguished from the style of the Jata. We find such words as Anta, Basha, Brahman, some of which are collected in the Sanskrit index in this volume, which have gone out of use in the classical literature in the significations they respectively bear in the Jata. The word ha, which occurs once, is worthy of special note. It is the equivalent of ga/, which occurs in the Vedic Sahitas. In the form ha it occurs in the Bhyamama as, but it never occurs, I think, in what is properly called the classical literature. It is, indeed, found in the per and as, but that is a class of works which occupies a very unique position. There is a good deal in the per and hashas that, I think, must be admitted to be very ancient too, while undoubtedly also there is a great deal in them that is very modern. It is, therefore, impossible to treat the use of ha in that class of works as negativing an inference of the antiquity of any book where the word occurs, while its use in Vedic works and its total absence from modern works indicate such. I compare Muir, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 5. c. 2, Goldslucker's Remains. X. 177. This opinion, which I had expressed as long ago as 1874 in the introduction to my edition of Bhartnary's Patakas, is, I find, also held by Dr. Byler, c. His introduction to Apastamba in this series, p. XX seek, note. Per and was a mentioned in the Sutta Nipanta, p. 115, as to the date of which, see inter alia. Swami's Introduction, p. 17. Introduction. *5. Antiquity pretty strongly. We may, therefore, embody the result of this part of the discussion in the proposition that the Git is removed by a considerable linguistic and chronological distance from classical Sanskrit literature, and so far as it goes, this proposition agrees with the result of our investigation of the first branch of internal evidence. The next branch of that evidence brings us to the character of the versification of the Jata. Here, again, a survey of Sanskrit verse generally, and the verse of the Jata in particular, leads us to a conclusion regarding the position of the Jata in Sanskrit literature, which is in strict accord with the conclusions we have already drawn. In the verse of the Vedic Sahitya and S, there is almost nothing like a rigidly fixed scheme of versification. No particular collocation of long and short syllables is absolutely necessary. If we attempt to chant them in the mode in which classical Sanskrit verse is chanted, we invariably come across lines where the chanting cannot be smooth. If we come next to the versification of the Upanishads, we observe some progress made towards such fixity of scheme as we have alluded to above. Though there are still numerous lines which cannot be smoothly chanted, there are, on the other hand, a not altogether inconsiderable number which can be smoothly chanted. In the Bhagavadgita still further advance, though a slight one, may, I think, be marked. A visibly larger proportion of the stanzas in the Gita conform to the metrical schemes as laid down by the writers on prosody, though there are still sundry verses which do not so conform, and cannot, accordingly, be chanted in the regular way. Lastly, we come to the K and VYAS and NCT/acres, the classical literature. And here, in practice, we find everywhere a most inflexible rigidity of scheme, while the theory is laid down in a rule which says that even M and SHA may be changed to Masha, but a break of meter should be avoided / this survey tilde of Sanskrit verse may, I think, be fairly treated as showing that adhesion to the metrical schemes is one test of the chronological position of a work. The later the work, the I6 Bhagavadgita, more undeviating is such adhesion. I need not stay here to point out how this view receives corroboration from the rules given on this subject in the standard work of Pingala on the @/Xander's Esastra. I will only conclude this point by saying that the argument from the versification of the GITS, so far as it goes, indicates its position as being prior to the classical literature, and nearly contemporaneous with the Upanishad literature. We now proceed to investigate the last group of facts falling under the head of internal evidence, as mentioned above, and first as regards the attitude of the GIT pound towards the Vedas. If we examine all the passages in the Gita in which reference is made to the Vedas, the aggregate result appears to be that the author of the GIT and does not throw the Vedas entirely overboard. He feels and expresses reverence for them, only that reverence is of a somewhat special character. He says in effect that the precepts of the Vedas are suitable to a certain class of people, of a certain intellectual and spiritual status, so to say. So far their authority is unimpeached. But if the unwise sticklers for the authority of the Vedas claim any thing more for them than this, then the author of the Gita and holds them to be wrong. He contends, on the contrary, that acting upon the ordinances of the Vedas is an obstacle to the attainment of the Samyam Bonam. 1. Compare this with the doctrine of the Upanishads. The coincidence appears to me to be most noteworthy. In one of his recent lectures, Professor Max M. Tiller uses the following eloquent language regarding the Upanishads. 2. Lastly come the Upanishads, and what is their object? To show the utter uselessness, nay, the mischievousness of all ritual performances. Compare our GIT pp 47, 48, 84s. To condemn every sacrificial act which has for its motive a desire or hope of reward, comp. Jitsai, p. 119 4, to deny, if not the existence, at least the exceptional and exalted character. 1. Compare the passages collected under the word Vedas in our index. 2. Hibbert Lectures, p. 340 Seek. 5 2, 42 to 45, 20, 21. 4 17, 12. Introduction. 17. Of the Devas, comp. Git and pp. 76 to 84 1. And to teach that there is no hope of salvation and deliverance except by the individual self recognizing the true and universal self, and finding rest there, where alone rest can be found. 2. Comp. Our Git translation. pp. 78 to 83. The passages to which I have given references in brackets will show that Professor Max Muller's words might all be used with strict accuracy regarding the essential teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. We have here, therefore, another strong circumstance in favor of grouping the Gita with the Upanishads. One more point is worthy of note. Wherever the Gita refers to the Vedas in the somewhat disparaging manner I have noted, no distinction is taken between the portion which relates to the ritual and the portion which relates to that higher science, viz. the science of the soul, which Sanat Kumandra speaks of in his famous dialogue with Narada 8. At Git and, chapter 2, stanza 45. Arkaryatuna is told that the Vedas relate only to the effects of the three qualities, which effects Arkaryatuna is instructed to overcome. At Gita, chapter 6, stanza 44, Arkaryatuna is told that he who has acquired some little devotion, and then exerts himself for further progress, rises above the divine word, the Vedas. And there are also one or two other passages of the like nature. They all treat the Vedas as concerned with ritual alone. They make no reference to any portion of the Vedas dealing with the higher knowledge. If the word Vedanta, at Gita, chapter 15, stanza 15, p. 113, signifies, as it seems to signify, this latter portion of the Vedas, then that is the only allusion to it. But, from all the passages in the Gita which refer to the Vedas, I am inclined to draw the inference that the Upanishads of the Vedas were composed at a time not far removed from the time of the composition of the Gita, and that at that period the Upanishads had not yet risen to the position of 1-7, 21-23, 9, 23-24, asterisk 8, 14-16, 9, 29-33, 3 Chandogya Upanishad. p. 473, or rather I ought to have referred to the /aka Upanishad, where the superiority and inferiority is more distinctly stated in words, pp. 266, 267. 1. 8. Bhagavadgita. High importance which they afterwards commanded. In the passage referred to at chapter 15, the word Vedantas probably signifies the Aryakas, which may be regarded as marking the beginning of the epoch which the composition of the Upanishads brought to its close. And it is to the close of this epoch that I would assign the birth of the Gita, which is probably one of the youngest members of the group to which it belongs. It appears to me that this conclusion is corroborated by the fact that a few stanzas in the Gita and are identical with some stanzas in some of the Upanishads. With regard to the epic age of Greece, Mr. E. A. Freeman has said that in carrying ourselves back to that age, for we must cast aside all the notions with which we are familiar in our own age about property legal or moral in literary compositions. It is plain that there were phrases, epithets, whole lines, which were the common property of the whole epic school of poetry. It appears to me that we must accept this proposition as equally applicable to the early days of Sanskrit literature, having regard to the common passages which we meet with in sundry of the Vedic works, and also sometimes, I believe, in the different Pur and Hashas. If this view is correct, then the fact that the Gita contains some stanzas in the very words which we meet with in some of the Upanishads indicates, to my mind, that the conclusion already drawn from other data about the position of the Gita and with regard to the Upanishads is not by any means unwarranted, but one to which the facts before us rather seem to point. And here we may proceed to draw attention to another fact connected with the relation of the Gita and to the Vedas. In stanza 17 of the 9th chapter of the Gita, only Rik S and Man, and Y-TJS are mentioned. The Atharva Veda is not referred to at all. This omission does certainly seem a very noteworthy one, for it is in a passage where the Supreme Being is identifying himself with everything, and where, therefore, the fourth Veda might fairly be expected. One Contemporary Review, February 1879. Introduction. 19. To be mentioned. I may add that, in commenting on Sankara Ramriya's remarks on this passage, Anandajayari and Madhu Svdhana Sarasvat also seems evidently to have been conscious of the possible force of this omission of the Atharva Veda. He accordingly says that by force of the word and in the verse in question, the Atharva Singaya Rasas, or Atharva Veda, must also be included. Are we at liberty to infer from this that the Atharvaveda did not exist in the days when the Gita was composed. The explanation ordinarily given for the omission of that Veda, where such omission occurs, namely, that it is not of any use in ordinary sacrificial matters, is one which can scarcely have any force in the present instance, though it is adequate, perhaps, to explain the words * those who know the three branches of knowledge which occur only a few lines after the verse now under consideration. The commentators render no further help than has been already stated. Upon the whole, however, while I am not yet quite prepared to say that the priority of the Gita, even to the recognition of the Atharvaveda as a real Veda, may be fairly inferred from the passage in question, I think that the passage is note worthy as pointing in that direction. But further data in explanation of the omission referred to must be awaited. If the conclusions here indicated about the relative positions of the Gita and certain Vedic works are correct, we can fairly take the 2nd century BC as a terminus, before which the Gita must have been composed. For the Upanishads are mentioned in the Mahabhashya of Patakaritali, which we are probably safe in assigning to the middle of that century, the epoch of the older Upanishads, therefore, to which reference has been so frequently made here, may well be placed at some period prior to the beginning of the 2nd century BC. The Atharvaveda is likewise mentioned by Patakaritali 1, and as ninefold /2, be it remem. But, so that if we are entitled to draw the conclusion which tilde has been mentioned above from chapter 9, stanza 17, we come to the same period for the date of the Gita. 1. See also Santanipata, p. 1.15. 20. Bhagavad Gita. Another point to note in this connection is the reference to the S and Ma Veda as the best of the Vedas, cp 88. That is a tact which seems to be capable of yielding some chronological information for the estimation in which that Veda has been held appears to have varied at different times. Thus, in the Karitatayabdma / the glory of the S and Man is declared to be higher than that of the Rik. In the Karitandogya * Upanishad, 2, the S and Man is said to be the essence of the Rik, which Sankara interprets by saying that the Saman is more weighty. In the Brahma Upanishad 3, 2, the implication of the passage v5, in which the Saman is stated as the guide to the Brahmalaka, while the Yakaritas is said to guide to the lunar world, and the Rik to the human world, is to the same effect. And we may also mention as on the same side the NZ/Tvartapini Shad and the Vedic passage cited in the commentary of Sankara on the closing sentence of the first Kanshya of that Upanishad 4. On the other side, we have the statement in Manu that the sound of the Stamaveda is unholy, and the consequent direction that where the sound of it is heard, the Rik and Yakaritas should not be recited. 5. We have also the passages from some of the per and / as noted by Dr. Muir, In his excellent work, Original Sanskrit Texts, which point in the same direction, and we have further the direction in the Apastamba Dharmasvitra, that the Saman hymns should not be recited where the other Vedas are being recited 7, as well as the grouping of the sound of the stman with various classes of objectionable and unholy noises, such as those of dogs and asses. It is pretty evident that the view of Apastamba is based on the same theory as that of Manu. Now, in looking at the two classes of ortho ritis thus marshalled, it is plain that the GIT and ranges itself, with those asterisks which are unquestionably the more ancient. 1 Hawkes edition, p. 68. A Bible. Ind. Ed. Pia. 3 Bible. Ind. Ed. p. 221 Sikh. Bible. Ind. Ed. p. 11. 6 Chapter 4, stanzas 123, 124. Volume 3, and p. 11 Sikh. Compare. Goldsteaker's Remains, 1, 4, 28, 266, 11,67. T. Apastamba, Bailas ed. I. 3. 17, 18, pp. 38, 39 in this series, see further on. This point Mr. Burnell's Devat and Doyo Abramawa, Introd, pp. 8,9, and notes. Introduction. 21. And among the less ancient works, prior to which we may place the Jite on account of the facts now under consideration, are Manu and Apastamba. Now Manu's date is not ascertained, though, I believe, he is now generally considered to belong to about the 2nd or 3rd century BC. 1 But Dr. Byler, in the preface to his Apastamba in the present series, has adduced good reasons for holding that Apastamba is prior to the 3rd century BC too, and we therefore obtain that as a point of time prior to which the Jita must have been composed. The next important item of internal evidence which we have to note, is the view taken of caste in the Bhagavad-Gita. Here, again, a comparison of the doctrine of the Gita with the conception of caste in Manu and Apastamba is interesting and instructive. The view of Manu has been already contrasted by me with the Gita in another place. 3. I do not propose to dwell on that point here, as the date of Manu is far from being satisfactorily ascertained. I prefer now to take up Apastamba only, whose date, as just now stated, is fairly well fixed by Dr. Byler. The division of castes, then, is twice referred to in the Bhagavad-Gita. In the first passage, p. 59, it is stated that the division rests on differences of qualities and duties. In the second, pp. I-26, 127, the various duties are distinctly stated according to the differences of qualities. Now, in the first place, noting as we pass along, that there is nothing in the Gita and to indicate whether caste was hereditary, according to its view, whereas Apastamba distinctly states it to be such, let us compare the second passage of the Gita with the Sutras of Apastamba bearing on the point. The view enunciated in the Gita appears to me plainly to belong to an earlier age, to an age of considerably less advancement in social and religious development. In the Gita, for instance, the duties of Abdmawa are said to be tranquility, self-restraint, and one Professor Tile, History of Ancient Religions, p. 127, considers the main features of Manu to be pre-Buddhistic / 8 pmxxxv. 3. The introductory essay to my Bhagavadgita in English verse, published in 1875, pp. 22 Bhagavadgita. So forth. In Apastamba, they are the famous 6 duties, namely, study, imparting instruction, sacrificing, officiating at others' sacrifices, making gifts, and receiving gifts, and 3 others, namely, inheritance, occupancy, and gleaning ears of corn, which, it may be remarked en passant, are not stated in Manu. The former seem to my mind to point to the age when the qualities which in early times gave the Br and Mahashas their preeminence in Hindu society were still a living reality. It will be noted, too, that there is nothing in that list of duties which has any necessary or natural connection with any privilege as belonging to the caste. The law lays down these duties, in the true sense of the word. In Apastamba, on the contrary, we see an advance towards the later view on both points. You have no reference to moral and religious qualities now. You have to do with ceremonies and acts. You have under the head duties * not mere obligations, but rights. For the duty of receiving gifts is a right, and so is the duty of teaching others and officiating at others' sacrifices. As we know not merely from the subsequent course of events, but also from a comparison of the duties of Br and Ma / Zaz on the one hand, and Kshatriyas, Vaiksyas, Md6 Udras on the other, as laid down by Manu and Apastamba themselves. Apastamba's rules, therefore, appear to belong to the time when the Br Mahashas had long been an established power, and were assuming to themselves those valuable privileges which they have always claimed in later times. The rules of the Git Pound, on the other hand, point to a time considerably prior to this, to a time when the Br and Ma / as were by their moral and intellectual qualities laying the foundation of that pre-eminence in Hindu society which afterwards enabled them to lord it over all castes. These observations mutatis mutandis apply to the rules regarding the other castes also. Here again, while the Git still insists on the inner qualities, which properly constitute the military profession. For instance, the rules of Apastamba indicate the powerful. The remarks in the text will show how little there is in the Jita of that Brahmanising which has been shortly noticed on a previous page. Introduction. 23. Influence of the Brahmas as 1. 4. As stated before, officiating at others * sacrifices, instructing others, and receiving presents, are here expressly prohibited to Kshatriyas as also to Vaifsyas. The result of that is, that the Br as become indispensable to the Kshatriyas and Varyas, for upon both the duty of study, of offering sacrifices, and making gifts and presents is inculcated. In his outline of The History of Ancient Religions, Professor Telang, speaking Of the increasing influence of the Brahmins writes as follows, subject at first to the princes and nobles, and dependent on them, they began by insinuating themselves into their favor, and representing it as a religious duty to show protection and liberality towards them. While they endeavored to make themselves indispensable to them, gradually acquired the sole right to conduct public worship, and made themselves masters of instruction and after pointing out the high position thus achieved by the Brahmins, and the low position of the Kharitandglas and others of the inferior castes, he adds, such a position could not long be endured, and this serves to explain not only the rise of Buddhism, but also its rapid diffusion, and the radical revolution which it brought about. 3**2. Proceed, however, with our comparison of the Gita and Apastamba. The superiority distinctly claimed by the latter for the Brahma/za is not quite clearly brought out in the Gita. Holy Brahma/zas and devoted royal saints *aie. Bracketed together at p. 86, while the Kshatriyas are declared to have been the channel of communication between the deity and mankind as regards the great doctrine of devotion propounded by the Bhagavadgita, and that indicates a position for the Kshatriyas much more like what the Upanishads disclose for than even that which one. As to the Kshatriyas, the contrast with Manu's rules is even stronger than with Apastambas. See our introduction to the Gita in English verse, pxl. 2 pm 120. 8 pp 129, I30. 4 cp 58 infra, and compare with this Weber's remarks on one of the classes into which he divides the whole body of Upanishads, History of Indian Literature, p. 165. See also Muir, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 508, Max Muller. Upanishads, Volume I, PLXXV. *4 Bhagavadgita. Apastamba assigns to them. The fact is further note worthy, that in the Gik each caste has its own entirely distinct set of duties. There is no overlapping, so to say. And that is a circumstance indicating a very early stage in the development of the institution L. Besides, as already indicated, the duties laid down by Apastamba and Manu, as common to Kshatriyas and Valayas, are the very duties which make those castes dependent to a very great extent on the Brahma/as. Lastly, it is not altogether unworthy of note, that in the elaborate specification of the best of every species which we find in Chapter X, the Brahmaka is not mentioned as the best of the castes. There is nothing to indicate the notion contained in the well-known later verse, the Brahma/a is the head of the castes. On the contrary, the ruler of men is specified as the highest among men too, indicating, perhaps, a state of society such as that described at the beginning of the extract from Professor Tide's work quoted above. We come now to another point. What is the position of the Gita in regard to the great reform of 5 Akyamuni? The question is one of much interest, having regard particularly to the remarkable coincidences between Buddhistic doctrines and the doctrines of the Gita, to which we have drawn attention in the footnotes to our translation. But the materials for deciding the question are unhappily not forthcoming. Professor Wilson, indeed, thought that there was an allusion to Buddhism in the Gita 3. But his idea was based on a confusion between the Buddhists and the /Tav and Kas or materialists. For failing that illusion, we have nothing very tangible but the unsatisfactory negative argument based on mere non-mention of Buddhism in the Gita. That argument is not quite satisfactory to my own mind, although, as I have elsewhere pointed out 5, some of compare Suttanipata, p. 32. And also Mr. David's note on that passage in his Buddhism, p. 131. 3 pm 89 Infra. 3 Essays on Sanskrit Literature, Volume 3, p. 150. See our remarks on this point in the introductory essay to our Gita in verse, p2 Seek 3 Introduction to Gita. In English verse, PV Seek. Introduction, 25. The ground occupied by the GM is common to it with Buddhism, and although various previous thinkers are alluded to directly or indirectly in the Gita, there is, however, one view of the facts of this question, which appears to me to corroborate the conclusion deducible by means of the negative argument here referred to. The main points on which Buddha's protest against Brahmanism rests seem to be the true authority of the Vedas and the true view of the differences of caste. On most points of doctrinal speculation, Buddhism is still but one aspect of the older Brahmanism / the various coincidences to which we have drawn attention show that, if there is need to show it well now, on both these points, the Gita, while it does not go the whole length which Buddha goes, itself embodies a protest against the views current about the time of its composition. The Gita does not, like Buddhism, absolutely reject the Vedas, but it shelves them. The Gita does not totally root out caste. It places caste on a less untenable basis. One of two hypotheses therefore presents itself as a rational theory of these lacts. Either the Gita and Buddhism were like the outward manifestation of one and the same spiritual upheaval which shook to its center the current religion, the Gita being the earlier and less thoroughgoing form of it, or Buddhism having already begun to tell on Brahmanism, the Gita was an attempt to bolster it up, so to say, at its least weak points, the weaker ones being altogether abandoned. I do not accept the latter alternative, because I cannot see any indication in the Gita of an attempt to compromise with a powerful attack on the old Hindu system, while the fact that, though strictly orthodox, the author of the Gita still undermines the authority, as unwisely venerated, of the Vedic revelation, and the further fact, that in doing this, he is doing what others also had done before him or about his time, go, in my opinion, a considerable way towards 1. Compare Max Muller's Hebert Lectures, p. 137, Weber's Indian Literature, pp. 288, 289, and me. Rhys Davids ** Excellent little volume on Buddhism. p. 15.1, and see also p. 83 of Mr. David's book. 26. Bhagavadgita. Fortifying the results of the negative argument already set. 4th. To me Buddhism is perfectly intelligible as one outcome of that play of thought on high spiritual topics, which in its other, and as we may say, less thoroughgoing manifestations, we see in the Upanishads and the Gita and L. But assume that Buddhism was a protest against Brahmanism prior to its purification and elevation by the theosophy of the Upanishads, and those remarkable productions of ancient Indian thought become difficult to account for. Let us compare our small modern events with those grand old occurrences. Suppose our ancestors to have been attached to the ceremonial law of the Vedas, as we are now attached to a lifeless ritualism, the Upanishads and the Gita, and might be, in a way, comparable to movements like that of the late Raja Rammohun Roy, standing, as far as possible, on the antique ways they attempt, as Raja Rammohun attempted in these latter days, to bring into prominence and to elaborate the higher and nobler aspects of the old beliefs. Buddhism would be comparable to the further departure from old traditions, which was led by Babu Keshub Chandra Sen. The points of dissent in the olden times were pretty nearly the same as the points of dissent now. The ultimate motive power also was in both cases identical: a sense of dissatisfaction in its integrity with what had come down from old times, encrusted with the corruptions of years. In this view, the old system, the philosophy of the Upanishads and the Gita, and the philosophy of Buddha, constitute a regular, intelligible progression. But suppose the turn events took was different, as is supposed by the alternative theory indicated above. Suppose Babu Keshub's movement was chronologically prior, and had begun to tell on orthodox society. Is it likely that then one of the orthodox party 1. Compare Weber's History of Indian Literature, p. 285. In Mr. David's Buddhism, p. 94, we have a noteworthy extract from a standard Buddhistic work, touching the existence of the soul. Compare that with the corresponding doctrine in the Gita. It will be found that the two are at one in rejecting the identity of the soul with the senses and see the Gita, and then goes on to admit a soul separate from these. Buddhism rejects that also, and sees nothing but the senses. Introduction. 27. Would take up the position which Rammohun Roy took. Would he still rely on old authorities, but with sundry qualifications, and yet earnestly assail the current forms of orthodoxy? I do not think so. I think the true view to be, as already stated, very different. The Upanishads, with the Gita and the precepts of Buddha, appear to me to be the successive embodiments of the spiritual thought of Tire age, as it became more and more dissatisfied with the system of mere ceremonial then dominant. There are several other points of much interest in the Bhagavad-Gita, such as the reference to the Sankhya and Yoga, the place assigned to the M&RGAJIRSHA month, the allusion to the doctrines of materialism, the nearly entire coincidence between a stanza of the Jitar and one in the Manu Smrzt. But in the present state of our knowledge, I do not think that we can extract any historical results from any of them, without dwelling on them any further too. Therefore, I will only state it as my opinion, that the Sankhya and Yoga of the Jitar are not identical with the systems known to us under those names, and that the Manusmriti has probably borrowed from the Gita the stanza common to the two works. We now proceed to a discussion of some of the external evidence touching the age of the Bhagavad-Gita. It is, of course, unnecessary to consider any evidence of a date later than the 8th century AC, that being the date generally received, though not on very strong grounds, as the date of Sankaracharya, the celebrated commentator of the Gita 3. For the period prior to that limit, the first testimony to consider is that of B.A. Abbar //A, the author of the Kadam Bari. The date of B.A. * is now fairly well settled as the one. The word Brahmanirvava, which occurs so often at the close of chapter V, and also at chapter 272, seems to me to indicate that nerve S / had not yet become technically pinned down, so to say, to the meaning which Buddhism subsequently gave to it, as the name of what it deemed the summum bonum. Nirvsbhya by itself occurs at 6:15. To see some further remarks on these points in my introduction to the Guild. In verse 3, Professor Telang, History of Ancient Religions, p. 140, says. Sankara was born in 788 AD. On the authority, I presume, of the Ayurvediya Sudakara, p. 226. 8, c. 28 Bhagavad-Gita. Middle of the 7th century AC. The doubt which the late Dr. B.H. and Udaji had cast upon its correctness. 1. By impugning the received date of King Harshavardhana, appears to me to have been satisfactorily disposed of by the paper of my friend Professor R.G.B.H. and /Afaka on the Akalukya dates. 2. In the Kadambari, then, we have testimony to the existence of the Bhagavad-Gita in the middle of the 7th century AC. For in that work, which, as is well known, abounds with equivoques, we have a passage which compares the royal palace to the mud Bharata, both being 4. Anantajit and Kartvan and Nanditanaram v. which, as applied to the royal palace, means 4 in which the people were delighted by hearing innumerable songs, and as applied to the Ma and Bh and Rata means 4 in which Argoina was delighted at hearing the Anantajit Q. Anantagit is evidently only another name here for Bhagavad-Gita. The conclusion deducible from this fact is not merely that the Git and existed, but that it existed as a recognized portion of the Bharata, in the 7th century AC. Now the Kadam Bari shows, in numerous passages, in what high esteem the Mahab and Rata was held in its days. The Queenville and Savati used to attend at those readings and expositions of the Ma and Bh and Rata, which have continued down to our own times, and it was even then regarded as a sacred work of extremely high authority, in the same way as it is now. It follows, therefore, that the Git and must have been several centuries old in the time of Psi Abbar //A. Prior in time to B and Na is the Indian Shakespeare, Kalidasa. as he is referred to in BCU/Abar/Zas Harsha Karitarita 4, and also in a copperplate inscription of the early part of the 7th century, as a poet who had then already acquired a high reputation. 6. Unfortunately, it is not yet possible to fix exactly the date at which K and Lid Isa flourished. Still, one journal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 8, p. 250, and c. 2, Indian Antiquary, Volume 6, p. 6r, Dr. Byler. Asterisk Journal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 14, p. 16 Sikh. 5 pm 182, T and R and N and THAZD. 4 CFE Halls v Savadat, p. 14 Note 5 C Indian Antiquary, Volume V, p. 70. Introduction. 29. I think we have pretty satisfactory evidence to show that the middle of the 5th century AC is the very latest date to which he can be referred. In a small tract, written by me in 1873, discussing Professor Weber's theory about the Admdyawa, I have pointed out one that the Parkaritatantra quotes from Kdlitsa, a passage which there is good reason to believe formed part of the Parmatantra when it was translated for King Nushirvan of Persia about the beginning of the 6th century c. 2, allowing for the time required to raise Kdlitsa to the position of being cited as an authority, and for the time required for the spread of the fame of an Indian work to Persia in those early days. I think that the middle of the 5th century is a date to which Kdlitsa cannot well have been subsequent. Now in the works of Kdlitsa we have some very remarkable allusions to the Bhagavadgita. It is not necessary to go through all these allusions. I will only mention the most remarkable. 1. From the Raghuvara, and one from the Kumarazamavat. In Raghu, Canto X, stanza 67. The gods addressing Vish/Ni say, there is nothing for you to acquire which has not been acquired. The one motive in your birth and work is the good of the worlds. The first sentence here reminds one at once of Guild, Chapter 3, stanza 22, the coincidence with which in sense as well as expression is very striking. The second sentence contains the words birth and work. The precise words employed at Git 4, 9, and the idea o good of the worlds is identical with the idea expressed in Git 3, 20-24, the words only in which it is clothed being different. Couple this passage with the one from Kumd Rozamavat, Canto 6, 67, where the Sevanitskas say to the Himalaya mountain, wellest thou been called Vishvu in a firmly fixed form. The allusion there, Tot. Git, Chapter X, stanza 25, p. 89, is, I venture to hink. One was the Ramayana copied from Khmer. CPP 36_5y. C.T. Colebrook's Essays, Volume H. p. 66 ***. This argument is not affected by the attempt to distinguish the Kalidasa of the Sakuntali from the Kalidasa of the Raghuvara, because he work cited in the Par Tantra is the Kumarasambhava, which indisputably belongs to the same author as the Raghuvara /J. 30 Bhagavadgita. Unmistakable. The word firmly fixed asterisk is identical in both passages, the idea is identical, and Malin and Tha refers to the passage in the Jita as the authority which K and Lid and Sat had in view. It follows, therefore, that the Jita must be prior to K and Lidasa's time. It may be added that Kalidasa, in his Raghu 1567, cites Manu as an authority for the proposition that a king must protect all castes and all orders or dramas. Manu, therefore, must have lived considerably earlier than Kalidasa, and the Jita, as we have already argued, must be considerably earlier, not only than Manu, but also than his predecessor Apastamba. The Jita may, therefore, be safely said to belong to a period several centuries prior to the 5th century AC. The next piece of external evidence is furnished by the Vedanta stitras of Baidarawa. In several of those stitras, references are made to certain smrtis as authorities for the propositions laid down. Take, for instance, I. 2:6, or I. 3:23, and many others. Now 3 of these stitras are very useful for our present purpose. The first we have to consider is Svitra 2:3:45. The commentators Sankaracharya, Ramanuja, Madhva, and Vallabha I are unanimous in understanding the passage in Jita, chapter 15, stanza 7. p. 112, to be the one there referred to by the words of the Esotra, which are, and it is said in a smr/t. Now a glance at the context of the Sitra will, I think, satisfy us that the commentators, who are unanimous though representing different and even conflicting schools of thought, are also quite right. Svitra 43, in the elliptical language characteristic of that branch of our literature, says, apart from the statement of difference, and the reverse also, some lay down that it is a fisherman or a cheat. Svitra 44 runs thus, and also from the words of the mantra. And then comes Sutra 45 as set out above. It is plain that the Svitra number 45 indicates an authority for something not specified, being regarded as part of some other thing also, nor one. I am indebted to Professor M. Kunt for a loan of Vallabha/Vakaria's commentary on the stitras noted in the text. I had not seen it 1875, when I last discussed this question. Introduction 31. Specified. Now the discussion in previous sutras has been about the soul, so we can have little difficulty in accepting the unanimous interpretation of the commentators, that the proposition here sought to be made out is that the individual soul is part of the Supreme Soul, which is the position laid down in the GITG in the passage referred to. The next extra to refer to is 4:1, so I shall not set forth the other relevant svitras here as in the preceding case. I only state that the three commentators, Sankara, are three. Mkya, and Madhva, agree that the Jata is here referred to, namely, chapter 6, stanza 11 Seek. Vallabha, however, I am bound to add, does not agree with this, as he interprets the esctra in question and those which precede and follow as referring to an entirely different matter. If I may be permitted to say so, however, I consider his interpretation not so satisfactory as that of the three other and older commentators. Lastly, we come to Sutra 4, 2-19. On this, again, all the four commentators are unanimous, and they say that Gita, chapter 8, stanza 24 Seek. P80, is the authority referred to. And I think there can be very little doubt that they are right. These various pieces of evidence render it, I think, historically certain that the Jata must be considerably prior to the Vedanta Sutras, and that the word Brahmara Sutras, which occurs at Jata, chapter 13, stanza 4, p. 102, is correctly interpreted by the commentators as not referring to the Vedanta Sfitras, which are also called Brahma Sfitras, but to a different subject altogether. X. When were the Vedanta esktras composed? The question must at once be admitted to be a difficult one, but I think the following considerations will show that the date of those sfitras must, at the latest, be considerably earlier than the period which we have already reached in this part of our investigation. We may take it as fairly well settled that Bhattakumgrala, the celebrated commentator of the Pavamim-GW/Sa school, flourished not later than the end of the 7th century. 1 Compare Weber's Indian Literature, p. 34j. See also Lassen's preface to his edition of Schlegel's Jata, XXXV. Ramanuja takes the other view. 32. Bhagavadgita. A C1 am considerable time prior to him must be placed the great commentator on the Mim and Sisatras, namely Sabarasva and Min. If we may judge from the style of his great commentary, he cannot have flourished much later than Pat or Karat Ali, who may now be taken as historically proved to have flourished about 140 BC. To now a considerable time must have intervened between Sabarasvktmin and another commentator on the Pigva Mimosa, whom Sahara quotes with the highly honorific title Bhagavan, the Venerable, namely, Upavarsha. Upavarsha appears from Sankara's statement to have commented on the Vedanta Stras 3. We have thus a long catena of works from the 7th century AC, indicating a pretty high antiquity for the Vedantastras, and therefore a higher one for the Bhagavad-gita. The antiquity of the Vedantastras follows also from the circumstance, which we have on the testimony of RDM New Karate, repeated by Mgdava Poundaria, that a commentary on the sutras was written by Bodhayana /Faria 4, which commentary R and M and New Karata says he followed. Bodhayana's date is not accurately settled, but he appears to be older than Apastamba, whose date, as suggested by Dr. Buller, has already been mentioned. 5. The Vedanta scriptures, then, would appear to be at least as old as the 4th century BC. If the information we have from Anuga may be trusted, a third argument may be mentioned, bearing on the date of the Vedanta scriptures. In Eskhtra, no. Of the 3rd P and Da of the 4th Adhyaya of Poinais scriptures, Apgr Andrarya is mentioned as the author of a Bhikshastra. Who is this Piglarya, and what the Bhikshastra? Un. Luckily Pator Karitali gives us no information on this head, nor 1 C. Burnell's Samavihana Brahmawa, Introduction, p6 note 1. The authorities are collected in our edition of Bharta/Han, Bombay series of Sanskrit classics, Introd. p11 note. See also Byler's Apastamba in this series, Introd. p68. 3. See Colebrook's Essays, Volume I, p. 332. An Upavasha is mentioned in the Kathasarit Sagara as living in the time of King Nanda, and having Pami, K and Tai and Yana, and VYST/I for his pupils. 4. See the Ramanuja Bh and Shaya, and the Rara and New Karita Daksana in Sarve Daksana. Sagreha. 8. Apastamba, p16. Introduction. 33. Does the Kirik and Viti? But a note of Professor T. Foran and Tha. Tarkavi/Karitas of Calcutta, says that Ptalaria is Vaidsa, and the Bhikshastra is the Vedanta Sutra. If this is correct, the Vedantasutras go very far indeed into antiquity. 4. P and Nini can certainly not be assigned to a later date than the 4th century BC, while that learned scholar, Professor Goldsteker, on grounds of considerable strength, assigned him to a much earlier date too. The Q's thus comes to this, is the remark of Professor Tdrd. The above set out, correct. I find then, from enquiries made of my venerable and erudite friend Yokarit Wejvar Astrin, the author of the Ayurvedic Sutkara, that the note of Tarantha is based on the works of Batsk/Vidikshita, Nagajai Bazar, and Knindra Sarasvati, who all give the same interpretation of the esotra in question. It is certainly unfortunate that we have no older authority on this point than Batsokariti. The interpretation is in itself not improbable. Vyasa is certainly by the current tradition 3 called the author of the Vedanta Sutras, and also the son of Pavtraya. Nor is Bhikshastra name too far removed in sense from Vedanta Sutra, though doubtless the former name is not now in use, at all events as applied to the sutras attributed to Baidarawa, and though it must also be stated, a Bhikshasutra Bh and Shaya Vyartika is mentioned eo nominee by Professor Weber as actually in existence at the present day. 4. Taking all things together, therefore we may provisionally understand the Bhikshasutra mentioned by Ptwini to be identical with the Vedantasutras. But even apart from that identification, the other testimonies we have adduced prove, I think, the high antiquity of those sutras, and consequently of the Bhagavadgita. We have thus examined, at what, considering the importance and difficulty of the subject, will not, I trust, be regarded as unreasonable length. Some of the principal pieces of internal and external evidence touching the age. 1 Second Siddhanta Kaumudjay, Volume I, p. 59-2, 2 see his Pami, and see also Bula's Apastamba in this Sanes. Introd. Peaksxy note. 3 The correctness of this tradition is very doubtful. Asterisk Indis Studikni, 470. 34. Bhagavadgita. Of the Bhagavadgita and its position in Sanskrit literature. Although, as stated at the very outset, the conclusions we have deduced in the course of that examination are not all such as at once to secure acceptance, I venture to think that we have now adequate grounds for saying that the various and independent lines of investigation which we have pursued converge to this point, that the Gita, on numerous and essential topics, ranges itself as a member of the Upanishad group, so to say, in Sanskrit literature. Its philosophy, its mode of treating its subject, its style, its language, its versification, its opinions on sundry subjects of the highest importance, all point to that one conclusion. We may also, I think, lay it down as more than probable that the latest date at which the Gita can have been composed must be earlier than the 3rd century Li. C. Though it is altogether impossible to say at present how much earlier. This position, too, is supported by the cumulative strength of several independent lines of testimony. Before closing this introduction, it is desirable to add a word concerning the text of the Bhagavadgita. The religious care with which that text has been preserved is very worthy of note. Schlegel and Lassen have both declared it as their opinion that we have the text now almost exactly in the condition in which it was when it left the hands of the author. There are very few real various readings, and some of the very few that exist are noted by the commentators. Considering that the Mahabharata must have been tampered with on numerous occasions, this preservation of the Gita is most interesting. It doubtless indicates that high veneration for it which is still felt, and has for long been felt, by the Hindus, and which is embodied in the expression used in the colophons of the MSS, describing the Gita as the Upanishad sung by God v. in view of the facts and deductions set forth in 1c. the latter's edition of the Oita, preface, Peaksxy. 3 in the edition of the GIT and published in Bombay in 5 aka 1782, there is a stanza which says that the Upanishads are the cows, Krishna the milkman, Arkaritai / now the calf, and the milk is the nectar like Gita, which indicates the trady. Introduction. Asterisk. 35. This essay, that expression existing as, I believe, it does, almost universally in Indian MSS, of the Gita, is not altogether devoid of historical value. Schlegel draws attention to one other circumstance regarding the text of the Gita, which is also highly interesting. Namely, that the number of the stanzas is exactly 700. Schlegel concludes that the author must have fixed on that number deliberately, in order to prevent, as far as he could, all subsequent interpolations. This is certainly not unlikely, and if the aim of the author was such as Schlegel suggests, it has assuredly been thoroughly successful. In the chapter of the Mahabharata immediately succeeding the 18th chapter of the Gita, the extent of the work in shlokas is distinctly stated. The verses in which this is stated the hot exist in the Gayu or Bengal recension, and are doubtless not genuine. But, nevertheless, they are interesting, and I shall reproduce them here. Ki Java spoke 620 bokas, Aguna 57, Saw Karitaya 67. And Dh Entarash /Ra 1 Maka, such is the extent of the Git caret dot. It is very difficult to account for these figures. According to them, the total number of verses in the Gita would be 745, whereas the number in the current MSS dot, and even in the Mahabharata itself, is, as already stated, only 702. I cannot suggest any explanation whatever of this discrepancy. In conclusion, a few words may be added regarding the general principles followed in the translation contained in this volume. My aim has been to make that translation as close and literal a rendering as possible of the Gita, as interpreted by the commentators. Sarkara /Arya. 9 Ridhara Svaman, and Madhusvadana Sarasvati. Reference has also been frequently made to the commentary of Ramanu Karate Jarya, and also to that of Naleka /////A, which latter forms part of the author's general commentary on the Mahabharata. Rational view of the Gita, a view in consonance with that which we have been led to by the facts and arguments contained in this introduction. 1 PMXL, Lassen CD. Asterisk 2 Kara's commentary states in so many words that the Gita he used contained only 7 kolokas. 36. Bhagavad Gita. In some places these commentators differ among themselves, and then I have made my own choice. The footnotes are mainly intended to make clear that which necessarily remains obscure in a literal translation. Some of the notes, however, also point out the parallelisms existing between the Gita and other works, principally the Upanishads, and the Buddhistic Dhammapada, and Sutta Nipanta of T.E. Latter I have not been able to procure the original one. I have only used Sir M. C. Swami's translation. But I may here note that there are some verses, especially in the Sala Sutta, CPP 124 to 127 of Sir M. C. Swami's Bull, the similarity of which, in doctrine and expression, to some of the verses of the Gita is particularly striking. The analogies between the Gita and the Upanishads have been made the basis of certain conclusions in this introduction. Those between the GITS and these Buddhistic works are at present to my mind, only interesting. I am unable yet to say whether they may legitimately be made the premises for any historical deductions. There are two indexes, the first a general index of matters, the second containing the principal words in the jata which may prove useful or interesting for philological, historical, or other kindred purposes. Bhagavadgita. Chapter I. Dharmajshvara said, "What did my people and the port/avars do, O Sophia, when they assembled together on the holy field of Kurukshetra, desirous to do battle?" Sophia said, "Seeing the army of the Pandavas drawn up in battle array 1, the prince Duryodhana approached his preceptor, and spoke these words, O preceptor, observe this grand army of the sons of Parvati/I, drawn up in battle array by your talented pupil, the son of Drupada. In it are heroes bearing large bows, the equals of Bhima and Arjuna in battle, namely, Uyudhana, Verd/A, and Drupada, the master of a great car. 2. And Dhrfsh/Akatu, Aikatana, and the valiant king of Kad, Purufit and Kuntabho Karate, and that eminent man Yabya, the heroic Vyadhamanayu, the valiant Artamalphas, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of 1. Several of these modes of array are described in Manu 7, 187. Like a staff, like a wain, like a bda. And c. That of the poor Karatavas, here referred to, appears to have been like the thunderbolt, as to which see Manu 7, 191. This is a literal rendering, the technical meaning is a warrior proficient in military science, who single-handed can fight 1,000 archers. 38. Bhagavadgita. Draupadi, all masters of great cars. And now 0. Best of Bhmatfas. Learn who are most distinguished among us, and are leaders of my army. One will name them to you, in order that you may know them well. Yourself, and Bhishma, and Ka/A, and K/Spa, the victor of many battles. A Karatvat man, and Vika/A, and also the son of Samadatta, and many other brave men, who have given up their lives for me, who fight with various weapons. Karat all dexterous in battle. Thus our army, which is protected by Bhishma, is unlimited, while this army of theirs which is protected by Bhima is very limited, and therefore do ye all, occupying respectively the positions one assigned to you, protect Bhishma too only. Then his powerful grandson, Bhishma, the oldest of the Kauravas, roaring aloud like a lion, blew his conch, thereby affording delight to Duryodhana. And then all at once, conchs, and kettle drums, and tabors, and trumpets were played upon, and there was a tumultuous din. 1 Hen, 2, Madhava and the son of V and Ndu, Arjuna, seated in a grand chariot to which white steeds were yoked, blew their heavenly conchs. Our /Shiksa 3 blew the PD Karat Anya. 4. And Dana, Karitaya the Devadatta, and Pima, the door of fearful deeds, blew the great conch paw carrot / Ra. King Yudhish / Dra, the son of Kunti 5, blew the Anan. 1. The original word means, according to Srira, the ways of entrance into a vifaha or phalanx. 3. Who, as generalissimo, remained in the center of the army. 3. Literally, according to the commentators, one lord of the senses of perception. 4. Schlegel renders the names of these conchs by Giganti, Theodotes, Aradenia, Triumphatrix, Dulcisna, and Gemifloria, respectively. 5. So-called, par excellence, apparently, Tavi Karitaya, and Nakula and Sahadeva, respectively. The Safashar and Moapushpaka, and the king of K-D, 2, who has an excellent bow, and C. Rt Tin, the master of a great car, and Dhr /Sh /Ardiumna. The pound / A, and the unconquered Styaki, and Urupada. And the sons of Draupadi, and the son of Subhades. Of mighty arms, blew conchs severally from all sides. O king of the earth! That tumultuous din rent the hearts of all, the people, of Dhr / to rush / Ras party, causing reverberations throughout heaven and earth. Then seeing, the people of Dh. 7. Tar and Sha / Ras party regularly marshaled, the son of Y and Ndu, whose standard is the ape, raised his bow back / after the discharge of missiles had commenced, and, O king of the earth, spake these words to H / Vishi. Kiza, O undegraded one, station my chariot between the two armies, while I observe those who stand here desirous to engage in battle, and with whom, in the labors of this struggle, I must do battle. I will observe those who are assembled here and who are about to engage in battle, wishing to do service in battle, to the evil-minded son of Dmarish / Ra. Saw / Aya said, thus addressed by Gatake. Ra 3, O descendant of Bharata 4. Our / Shikwa stationed that excellent riot between the two armies, in front of Bhishma. 1. I.e. to join in the fight. In the original, several derivatives from the root yad, mean ing to fight / occur with the same frequency as battle here. 3. Generally interpreted Lord of Sleep / i.e. not indolent. Nila. Core / Hifka also suggests that it may mean of thick hair. _ 4. The son of Dushyanta and Sakuntala, after whom India is called Bharatavarsha / and from whom both poor / Avas and Kauravas were descended. 40. Bhagavadgita and Drowa and of all the kings of the earth, and said, O son of Pmai, look at these assembled Kauravas. They're the son of Prfth and saw in both armies, fathers and grandfathers, preceptors, maternal uncles, brothers, sons / grandsons, companions, fathers-in-law, as well as friends. And seeing all those kinsmen standing there, the son of Kunti was overcome by excessive pity, and spake thus despondingly. R / Una said, seeing these kinsmen, O K, ****. Standing. Here. Anxious to engage in battle, my limbs droop down. My mouth is quite dried up. A tremor comes over my body, and my hairs stand on end. The G and R /V bow slips from my hand, my skin burns intensely. I am unable to stand up, my mind whirls round, as it were, ****. I see adverse omens too. And I do not perceive any good, likely to accrue. After killing my kinsman in the battle, I do not wish for victory, ***/schwa, nor sovereignty, nor pleasures. What is sovereignty to us, O Govinda? What enjoyments, and even life? Even those, for whose sake we desire sovereignty, enjoyments, and pleasures, are standing here for battle, abandoning life and wealth, preceptors, fathers, sons as well as grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, sons, brothers-in-law, as also other relatives. These I do not wish to kill, though they kill me. 0. Destroyer of Madhu 3. Even for the sake of sovereignty over 1. The words in this list include all standing in similar relation ships to those directly signified. 1. Such as the appearance of vultures, cars moving without horses, and c. mentioned in the Bhishma Pavan 2, 17. Compare Sutanipata. Piksu. Na demon of this name. The 3 worlds, how much less then for this earth alone? What joy shall be ours? 0. Gan and Adana. After killing Dhntar and Sh/Ra's sons, killing these felons, 1. We shall only incur sin. Therefore it is not proper for us to kill our own kinsmen, the sons of Dhtarish/Ra. For how, Om and Dhava, shall we be happy after killing our own relatives? Although they have their consciences corrupted by avarice, they do not see the evils flowing from the extinction of a family, and the sin in treachery to friends. Still, Oghn and Adana, should not we, who do see the evils flowing from the extinction of a family, learn to refrain from that sin? On the extinction of a family, the eternal rights of families are destroyed too. Those rights being destroyed, impiety predominates over the whole family. 3. In consequence of the predominance of impiety, OKRFSHA, the women of the family become corrupt. 4. And the women becoming corrupt, O descendant of Vishwi, intermingling of castes results. That intermingling necessarily leads the family and the destroyers of the family to hell. 4. When the ceremonies of offering, the balls of food and water to them fail. 5. Their ancestors fall down to hell by these transgressions of the destroyers of families, which occasion interminglings of castes. The eternal rights of castes and rights of families are 1. 6 classes are mentioned: an incendiary, one who administers poison, one who assaults another; weapon in hand, one who destroys property, one who robs another of his wife; or his fields. 21.e. There being none to attend to the rights / women being ineligible. 3. i.e. the surviving members. 4. i.e. either by the mere fact of relationship to such men, or by following their bad example. 3. There being no qualified person to perform them, their ancestors, that is to say, of the destroyers of families. 42. Bhagavadgita. Subverted. And Okan and Adana. We have heard that men whose family rights are subverted must necessarily live in hell. Alas! We are engaged in committing a heinous sin, seeing that we are making efforts for killing our own kinsmen out of greed of the pleasures of sovereignty. If the sons of Dhr /ta Rush /ra, weapon in hand, were to kill me in battle, me being weaponless and not defending myself, that would be better for me. Sanatsujatiya said. Having spoken thus, Arjuna cast aside his bow, together with the arrows, on the battlefield, and sat down in his chariot, with a mind agitated by grief. Chapter 2. /Karitaya said to him, who was thus overcome with pity, and dejected, and whose eyes were full of tears, and turbid, the destroyer of Madhu spoke these words. The deity said, how comes it that this delusion, O r/Una, which is discarded by the good, which excludes from heaven, and occasions infamy, has overtaken you in this place of peril? Be not effeminate, O son of Pr/Tha. It is not worthy of you. Cast off this base weakness of heart, and arise, O terror of your foes. R/Una said, how, O destroyer of Madhu, shall I encounter with arrows in the battle Bhishma and Drawa, both, O destroyer of enemies, entitled to reverence, without killing my preceptors, men of great glory? It is better to live even on alms in this world. But if killing them, though they are avary seos of worldly goods, I should only enjoy blood tainted enjoyments. Nor do we know which of the two is better for us, whether that we should vanquish them, or that they should vanquish us. Even those, whom having killed, we do not wish to live, even those sons of Dmarish/Ra stand arrayed against us, with a heart contaminated by the taint of helplessness / with a mind founded about my duty. I ask you, tell me what is assuredly good for me. I am your disciple. Instruct me, who have thrown myself on your indulgence. For I do not perceive what is to dispel that grief which will dry up my organs. 2. After I shall have obtained a prosperous kingdom on earth, without a foe, or even the sovereignty of the gods. 3. Sanatsujatiya said, having spoken thus to our /Shlke Karite, O terror of your foes, Gu Karita said to Govinda, I shall not engage in battle, and verily remained silent. To him thus desponding between the two armies, O descendant of Bharata, Mike Karita spoke these words with a slight smile. The deity said, You have grieved for those who deserve no grief. 1. The commentators say that heart here signifies the positions which are stated in chapter 18 infra, p. 126. i.e. feeling of helplessness is incompatible with what is there stated as the proper disposition for a kshatriya. 2. i.e. by the heat of vexation. The meaning is, for which will cause constant vexation of spirit / 5. i.e. if the means employed are the sinful acts referred to. 8. d. 44. Bhagavadgita. And you speak words of wisdom, learned men. Grieve not for the living nor the dead. Never did I not exist, nor you, nor these rulers of men, nor will any one of us ever hereafter cease to be. As in this body, infancy and youth and old age, come to the embodied self, too, so does the acquisition of another body. A sensible man is not deceived about that. The contacts of the senses 3, O son of Kunti, which produce cold and heat, pleasure and pain, are not permanent, they are forever coming and going. Bear them, O descendant of Bharata. 4. O chief of men, that sensible man whom they 4. afflict not, pain and pleasure being alike to him, he merits immortality. There is no existence for that which is unreal, there is no non-existence for that which is real. And the correct conclusion about both 6 is perceived by those who perceive the truth. Know that to be indestructible which pervades all this, the destruction of that inexhaustible principle, none can bring about. These bodies appertaining to the embodied self, which is eternal, indestructible, and indefinable, are declared zero to be perishable. Therefore, do engage in battle, O descendant of Bharata. He who thinks one to be the killer and he who thinks one soil, regarding family rights, and c. 4, says Nilakama, they indicate knowledge of soul as distinct from body. 1 am common word in the Jita, that which presides over each individual body. 3 sil. With external objects. Asterisk i.e. the contacts. F. The sense is this. There are two things apparently, the soul, which is indestructible, and the feelings of pain and c which come and go. The true philosopher knows that the former only is real and exists, and that the latter is unreal and non-existent. He therefore does not mind the latter. Sil. By those who are possessed of true knowledge. Chapter 2, 27. 45. 1 To be killed, both know nothing. He kills not, is not killed / he is not born, nor does he ever die, nor, having existed, does he exist no more. Unborn, everlasting, unchangeable, and very ancient. He is not killed when the body is killed. O son of Pithsai, how can that man who knows the self thus to be indestructible, everlasting, unborn, and imperishable, kill anyone, or cause anyone to be killed? As a man, casting off old clothes, puts on others and new ones, so the embodied self, casting off old bodies, goes to others and new ones. Weapons do not divide the self into pieces, fire does not burn it, waters do not moisten it, the wind does not dry it up. It is not divisible, it is Not combustible, it is not to be moistened, it is not to be dried up. It is everlasting, all-pervading, stable, firm, and eternal. 3. It is said to be perceived, to be unthinkable, to be unchangeable. Therefore, knowing it to be such, you ought not to grieve. But even if you think that the self is constantly born, and constantly dies, still, oh, you have mighty arms, you ought not to grieve thus. For to one that is born, death is certain, and to one that dies, birth is certain. 4. Therefore about this one compare Karma Upanishad, p. 104. A Karma Upanishad, pp. 103, 104. 3. Eternal. Nilakumar explains this by unlimited by time, place and sea. Sankara and others as uncreated, without cause. Stable equals not assuming new forms, firm, not abandoning the original form. Srira. The latter signifies a slight change, the former a total change. 4. Compare the following from the Sutta Nipata, Sir M. C. Swami's translation, pp. 124, 125. There is, indeed, no means by which those born could be prevented from dying. Even thus. The world is afflicted with death and decay, therefore wise men, knowing the course of things in the world, do not give way to grief. 46. Bhagavadgita. Unavoidable thing, you ought not to grieve. The source of things, O descendant of Bharata, is perceived, their middle state is perceived, and their end again is unperceived. What occasion is there for any lamentation regarding them? 1. One looks upon it 2. as a wonder, another similarly speaks of it as a wonder, another too hears of it as a wonder. And even after having heard of it, no one does really know it. This embodied self, O descendant of Bharata, within everyone's body is ever indestructible. Therefore you ought not to grieve for any being, having regard to your own duty. Also, you ought not to falter, for thfere is nothing better for a kshatriya than a righteous battle. Happy those kshatriyas, O son of Pntha, who can find such a battle to fight, come of itself. 9. An open door to heaven. But if you will not fight this righteous battle, then you will have abandoned your own duty and your fame, and you will incur sin. All beings, too, will tell of your everlasting infamy, and to one who has been honored, infamy is a greater evil than death. Warriors who are masters of great cars will think that you abstained from the battle through fear, and having been highly thought of by them, you will fall down to littleness. Your enemies, too, decrying your power, will speak much about you that should not be spoken. And what, indeed, more lamentable than that? Killed. 1. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 125. In vain do you grieve, not knowing well the two ends of him whose manner either of coming or going you know not. 2. I.e. the self spoken of above. 1. Karma Upanishad, p. 96. Asterisk 1 of the warrior caste. 5. Without any effort, that is to say, of one's own Chapter 2, 42. 47. You will obtain heaven. Victorious, you will enjoy the earth. Therefore arise, O son of Nti. Solved to engage in battle, looking on pleasure and pain, on gain and loss, on victory and defeat. As the same, prepare for battle, and thus you will not incur sin. The knowledge here declared to you is that relating to the Sankhya. Now hear that relating to the yoga. Possessed of this knowledge, O son of Pma, you will cast off the bonds of action. In this path to final emancipation, nothing that is commenced becomes abortive, no obstacles exist, and even a little of this form of piety protects one from great danger too. There is here three, O descendant of Kuru, but one state of mind consisting in firm understanding. But the states of mind of those who have no firm understanding are manifold and endless. The state of mind which consists in firm understanding regarding steady contemplation 4. Does not belong to those, O son of Pma, who are strongly attached to worldly pleasures and power, and whose minds are drawn away by that flowery talk which is full of the ordinances of specific acts for the attainment of those pleasures and that power, and which promises birth as the fruit of Acts 6, that flowery one Sankhya is explained in different modes by the different commentators, but the meaning here seems to be that the doctrine stated is the doctrine of true knowledge and of emancipation by means of it. See infra, p. 52. Asterisk viz. This mortal mundane life. 3. i.e. for those who enter on this path. 4. i.e. of the Supreme Being, yoga meaning really the dedication of all acts to that being. 3. See Sutta p. 4. 4.8. Bhagavadgita. Talk, which those unwise ones utter, who are enamored of Vedic words, who say there is nothing else, who are full of desires, and whose goal is heaven / the Vedas, merely relate to the effects of the three qualities. 2. Do you, O Arkarituna, rise above those effects of the three qualities, and be free from the pairs of opposites, always preserve courage. 4. Be free from anxiety for new acquisitions, or protection of old acquisitions, and be self-controlled. Register trademark symbol. To the instructed. Br and Mawa, there is in all the Vedas as much utility as in a reservoir of water into which waters flow from all sides. 6. Your business is with action alone, not by any means with fruit. Let not the fruit of action be your motive to action. Let not your attachment be fixed on inaction. 7. Having recourse to devotion. Odin or Karitaya. Perform actions, casting off all attachment, and being equable in success or ill success. Such equability is called devotion. Action. 1. This is a merely temporary good, and not therefore deserving to be aspired to before final emancipation. 2 i.e. the whole course of worldly affairs. As to qualities, see Chapter 14. 3 heat and cold, pain and pleasure, and so forth. Compare Manu I, 26. 4 Compare Sutta p. 17 and other places. Keeping the mind from worldly objects. 8 The meaning here is not easily apprehended. I suggest the following explanation, having said that the Vedas are concerned with actions for special benefits. Kr/Shna compares them to a reservoir which provides water for various special purposes: drinking, bathing, and sea. The Vedas similarly prescribe particular rites and ceremonies for going to heaven, or destroying an enemy, and see. But, says Krishna, man's duty is merely to perform the actions prescribed for him, and not entertain desires for the special benefits named. The stanza occurs in the Sanatsujatiya, 2. 7 Doing nothing at all. Chapter 2. 55-49. Odin or Karitaya is far inferior to the devotion of the mind. In that devotion seek shelter. Wretched are those whose motive to action is the fruit of action. He who has obtained devotion in this world casts off both merit and sin. Therefore, apply yourself to devotion. Devotion in all actions is wisdom. The wise who have obtained devotion cast off the fruit of action, and released from the shackles of repeated births repair to that seat where there is no unhappiness. 3. When your mind shall have crossed beyond the tamt of delusion, then will you become indifferent to all that you have heard or will hear. For when your mind, that was confounded by what you have heard. 5. Will stand firm and steady in contemplation. 6. Then will you acquire devotion. Arjuna said, what are the characteristics, O Kesava, of one whose mind is steady, and who is intent on contemplation? How should one of a steady mind speak, how sit, how move? The deity said, when a man, O son of Ptha, abandons all the desires of his heart, and is pleased in his self only, one merit merely leads to heaven, as to which see note on last page. Compare Sutta pp. 4, 136, 145. Note 2 Sutta pp. 3-7, c. 3 Sutta p. 21. For this, according to Anandagiri, means all writings other than those on the science of the soul. 3 i.e. about the means for the acquisition of various desired things. 6 le of the soul, Sankara, of the Supreme Being, Srira. Substantially they both mean the same thing. 50. Bhagavadgita. And by his self one, he is then called of a steady mind. He whose heart is not agitated in the misto calamities, who has no longing for pleasures, and from whom the feelings of affection, fear, and wrath too have departed, is called a sage of a steady mind. His mind is steady, who, being without attachments anywhere, feels no exaltation and no aversion on encountering the various agreeable and disagreeable to things of this world. A man's mind is steady when he withdraws his senses from all objects of sense, as the tortoise withdraws its limbs from all sides. Objects of sense withdraw themselves from a person who is abstinent. Not so the taste for those objects, but even the taste departs from him when he has seen the supreme, the boisterous senses, O son of Kuntal, carry away by force the mind even of a wise man, who exerts himself for final emancipation, restraining them all. A man should remain engaged in devotion, making me his only resort, for his mind is steady, whose senses are under his control. The man who ponders over objects of sense forms an attachment to them. From that attachment is produced desire, and from desire anger is produced. From anger results want of discrimination. 6. From want of one i.e. pleased, without regard to external objects, by self-contemplation alone. Compare Sutta p. 3. The word rubber in this sense also occurs in the Dhamma Pada, stanza 78, and in the Maitreya Upanishad, p. 34. 4. On this, Wilson's Essays on Sanskrit Literature. Volume 111. p. I3 degree. i.e. when the desire is frustrated, i.e. between right and wrong. Confusion of memory, forgetfulness of sastras and rules prescribed in them. Chapter 2, 70. 51. Crimination, confusion of the memory, from fusion of the memory, loss of reason, and in consequence of loss of reason he is utterly ruined. But the self-restrained man who moves among objects with senses under the control of his own self, and free from affection and aversion, obtains tranquility too. When there is tranquility, all his miseries are destroyed, for the mind of him whose heart is tranquil soon becomes steady. He who is not self-restrained has no steadiness of mind, nor has he who is not self-restrained perseverance. In the pursuit of self-knowledge, there is no tranquility for him who does not persevere in the pursuit of self-knowledge, and whence can there be happiness for one who is not tranquil? For the heart which follows the rambling senses leads away his judgment, as the wind leads a boat astray upon the waters. Therefore, O you of mighty arms, his mind is steady whose senses are restrained on all sides from objects of sense. The self-restrained man is awake when it is night for all beings, and when all beings are awake, that is the night of the right-seeing sage. For he into whom all objects of desire enter, as waters enter the ocean, which, though replenished, still keeps its position unmoved, he only obtains tranquility, not he who desires those objects of desire. The man who 1. Compare Sutta Nipsta p. 45. 2. Compare Maitreya Upanishad p. 134, where the commentator explains it to mean freedom from desires. 2. For a somewhat similar use of the word bhavana in this sense. Comp. Dhammapada, stanza 301. Spiritual matters are dark as night to the common run of men, while they are wide awake in all worldly pursuits. With Thfe sage, the case is exactly the reverse. 52. Bhagavadgita, casting off all desires, lives free from attachments. Who is free from egoism and from the feeling that this or that is mine too, obtains tranquility. This, O son of Pnths, is the Brahmic 3 state. Attaining to this, one is never deluded, and remaining in it. In one's last moments, one attains Brahmanyavava, the Brahmic bliss. 4. Chapter 3. Akaritatna said, if, O pound 7 Anardana, devotion is deemed by you to be superior to action, then why, O Kesava, do you prompt me to this fearful action? You seem, indeed, to confuse my mind by equivocal words. Therefore, declare one thing determinately, by which I may attain the highest good. The deity said, O sinless one, I have already declared that in this world there is a twofold path, that of the Sankhya's by devotion in the shape of true knowledge, and that of the yogi ns by devotion in the shape of action. A man does not attain freedom from action 0 merely by not engaging in action, nor does he attain perfection 7 by mere 8 renunciation. For nobody ever remains even for an instant without either pride or, better, the false notion mentioned in p. 55. An almost identical expression occurs in the Dhammapada, stanza 367, and Maitreya Upanishad, p. 37. The state of identification of oneself with the Brahman, which results from a correct knowledge of the Brahman. Infra, p. 66. S. Supra, p. 47. C1. E. According to Sankara, identification of oneself with Brahman. 7. Final emancipation. 8. I see not coupled with knowledge and purity of heart. Chapter 3, 13. 53. Performing some action, since the qualities of nature constrain everybody, not having free will, in the matter, to some action. The deluded man who, restraining the organs of action too, continues to think in his mind about objects of sense, is called a hypocrite. But he, O Arkarituna, who restraining his senses by his mind 3, and being free from attachments, engages in devotion, in the shape of action with the organs of action, is far superior. Do you perform prescribed action, for action is better than inaction, and the support of your body, too, cannot be accomplished with inaction. This world is fettered by all action other than action for the purpose of the sacrifice. For therefore, O son of Kunti, do you, casting off attachment, perform action for that purpose. The Creator, having in olden times created men together with the sacrifice, said, propagate with this. May it be the giver to you of the things you desire. Please the gods with this, and may those gods please you. Pleasing each other, you will attain the highest good. For pleased with the sacrifices, the gods will give you the enjoyments you desire. And he who enjoys himself without giving them what they have given, is, indeed, a thief. The good, who eat the leavings of a sacrifice, are released from all sins. But the unrighteous ones, who prepare food for themselves only, incur sin. Registered trademark symbol 1. Compare infra, pp. 121 to 128. 2 hands, feet, and c. 3. By means of true discrimination, keeping the senses from attachments to worldly objects, which lead to sin and evil. 4. Compare infra, pp. 60, 61. Probably the sacrifices spoken of in that passage must be taken to be the same as those referred to in the Creator's injunction mentioned in this passage. 8. Compare Metapha-Upanishad, p. 143. 54. Bhagavadgita. From food are born all creatures. From rain is the production of food. Rain is produced by sacrifices. Sacrifices are the result of action. Know that action has its source in the Vedas. The Vedas come from the indestructible. Therefore the all-comprehending Vedas are always concerned with sacrifices. He who in this world does not turn round the wheel, revolving thus, is of sinful life, indulging his senses. And, O son of Prftha, he lives in vain. But the man who is attached to his self only, who is contented in his self, and is pleased with his self, 2. Has nothing to do. He has no interest at all in what is done, and none whatever in what is not done, in this world. 3. Nor is any interest of his dependent on any being. Therefore, 4. Always perform action which must be performed without attachment. 4. A man performing action without attachment attains the supreme by action alone. Did Kanekar and the rest work for perfection. 5. And having regard also to the keeping of people to their duties, you should perform action. Whatever a great man does, that other men also do, and people follow. Whatever he receives as authority, there is nothing, O son of Pmha, for me to do in all the 3 worlds. The commentators explain this to mean that though the Vedas elucidate all matters, their principal subject is the sacrifice. 2. The distinctions here are rather nice. An ordinary man is attached to worldly objects, is contented with goods and and is pleased with special gains. 3. No good or evil accrues to him from anything he does or omits to do. 4. Arya says that Arjuna is here told to perform action, as freedom from it is only for the man of true knowledge, which Arjuna is not as yet. 5. I.e. final emancipation. Compare p. 59 infra, and Upanishad, p. 6. Chapter 3, 30. 55. Nothing to acquire which has not been acquired. Still I do engage in action. For should I at any time not engage without sloth in action, men would follow in my path from all sides, O son of vrisk. If I did not perform actions, these worlds would be destroyed, I should be the cause of caste interminglings, and I should be ruining these people. As the ignorant act, O descendant of Bharata, with attachment to action, so should a wise man act. Without attachment, wishing to keep the people to their duties. A wise man should not shake the convictions of the ignorant who are attached to action, but acting with devotion, himself should make them apply themselves to all action. He whose mind is deluded by egoism thinks himself the doer of the actions, which, in every way, are done by the qualities of nature X. But he, O you of mighty arms, who knows the truth about the difference from qualities and the difference from actions to forms no attachments, believing that qualities deal with qualities. 3. But those who are deluded by the qualities of nature form attachments to the actions of the qualities. 4. A man of perfect knowledge should not shake these men of imperfect knowledge in their convictions, dedicating all actions to me with a mind knowing the relation of the supreme and individual self, engage in battle without one. The active principle is nature, the aggregate of the three qualities. The soul is only the looker on, compare inter alia, p. 104. Infra. Soil, the difference of the soul from the collection of qualities, viz. the body, senses, and see, and from the actions of which they are the author. Qualities, i.e. senses, deal with qualities, i.e. objects of sense. I.e. all mundane affairs. 56. Bhagavadgita. Desire, without any feeling that this or that is mine, and without any mental trouble. Even those men who always act on this opinion of mine, full of faith, and without carping, are released from all actions. But those who carp at my opinion and do not act upon it, know them to be devoid of discrimination, deluded as regards all knowledge too, and ruined. Even a man of knowledge acts consonantly to his own nature. 3. All beings follow nature. What will restraint effect? Every sense has its affections and aversions towards its objects fixed. One should not become subject to them, for they are one's opponents. 4. One's own duty, though defective, is better than another's duty well performed. Death. In performing one's own duty is preferable, the performance of the duty of others is dangerous. Arkaryuna said. But by whom, O descendant of Vishti, is man impelled, even though unwilling, and, as it were, constrained by force, to commit sin? 1. About the consequences of your actions. 2. Of actions, or of the Brahman in its various forms. 3. Which is the result of the virtues and vices of a preceding life. The sequence of ideas here is as follows. The true view stated here about the difference from qualities and actions is disregarded by some, owing to their nature as now explained. Then the question is, if nature is so potent, what is the good of the Astras? The answer is, nature only acts through our likes and dislikes. Withstand them and then you can follow the Astras. It is under the influence of these likes and dislikes, that some may say, we shall practice duties prescribed for others, our own being bad ones, as they are equally prescribed by the Sastras. That, as stated in the last sentence here, is wrong. For compare Suttanipata PIOI, as to likings and dislikings. Asterisk. Chapter 3, 43. 57. The deity said, it is desire, it is wrath. 1. Born from the quality of passion, it is very ravenous, very sinful. Know that. That is the foe in this world. As fire is enveloped by smoke, a mirror by dust, the fetus by the womb, so is this, enveloped by desire. Knowledge, O son of Kuntal, is enveloped by this constant foe of the man of knowledge, in the shape of desire, which is like a fire 3 and insatiable. The senses, the mind, and the understanding are said to be its seat, for with these it deludes the embodied self, after enveloping knowledge. Therefore, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, first restrain your senses. Then cast off this sinful thing which destroys knowledge and experience. 5. It has been said 6, great are the senses, greater than the senses is the mind. Greater than the mind is the understanding. What is greater than the understanding is that. 7. Thus, knowing that which is higher than the understanding, and restraining yourself by yourself, O you of 1 Vidi p50 supra. 2 i.e. knowledge, mentioned in the next sentence, for which construction p71 and p98 may be compared. 3 which becomes more powerful the more it is fade. 4 the mind is that which ponders over things as such or such. The understanding is that which finally determines. Compare Lewis. History of Philosophy, 2, 463 to 465. These and the senses are the seat of desire, because the perception of an object by the sense, the pondering over it by the mind, and the determination about it by the understanding are the preliminaries to the awakening of the desire. Supra, p50. 0 knowledge is from books or teachers, experience is the result of personal perception. 6 Kama-Upanishad p114, and see also pp. 148, 149. 7 i.e. the Supreme Being, as in Ka////Upanishad 58. Bhagavadgita. Mighty arms, destroy this unmanageable enemy in the shape of desire. Chapter 4. The deity said, this everlasting 1. System of devotion I declared to the Son declared it to Manu. And Manu communicated it to Ikshvatku. Coming thus by steps, it became known to royal sages. But, O terror of your foes, that devotion was lost to the world by long lapse of time. That same primeval devotion I have declared to you today, seeing that you are my devotee and friend, for it is the highest mystery. Arkaryuna said, later is your birth, the birth of the Son is prior. How then shall I understand that you declared this first? The deity said, I have passed through many births, O Arjuna. And you also. I know them all, but you, O terror of your foes, do not know them. even though I am unborn and inexhaustible in my essence. Even though I am Lord of all beings, still I take up the control of my own nature and am born by one because its fruit is imperishable, viz. Final emancipation. 8 In the Bhagavad-Gita Upanishad, Manu is the channel of communication for some doctrine taught by Prakaritapati, which Manu teaches the people / interpreted by Sankara to mean Ikshvaku, and c. p. 178, c2 p. 625. Nature is what goes to the formation of the material form in which he is born. The power includes knowledge, omnipotence, and c. It is delusive because he is still really unborn. Chapter 4, 1-6. 59. Means of my delusive pora. Whensoever, 0 descendant of Bharata, piety languishes, and impiety is in the ascendant, I create myself. 1 am born age. After age, for the protection of the good, for the destruction of evildoers, and the establishment of piety. Whoever truly knows thus my divine birth and work, casts off this body and is not born again. He comes to me, O Arjuna, many from whom affection, fear and wrath have departed, who are full of me, who depend on me, and who are purified by the penance of knowledge, 2. Have come into my essence. I serve men in the way in which they approach me. 1. In every way, O son of 4/tha. Men follow in my path for desiring the success of actions. Register trademark symbol. Men in this world worship the divinities. For in this world of mortals, the success produced by action is soon obtained. The fourfold division of castes was created by me according to the apportionment of qualities and duties. But though I am its author, know me to be inexhaustible, and not the author. Actions defile me not. I have no attachment to the fruit of actions. He who knows me thus is not tied down by actions. Knowing this, the men of old who wished for final emancipation, performed action. Therefore do you, too, perform action as was done by men of old in olden times. Even sages are confused as to what is. 1 Compare Suttanipata, p. 73. Compare for p. 6l. 3 i.e. I give to each worshipper what is proper for him. The original words used here occur before in a different sense. CP 55. Here the meaning is that to whomsoever directly addressed, all worship is worship of me. CP 84. In the whole passage, Kr/Schwa says that the deity is not chargeable with partiality on account of the variety of human qualities and states. 5 Such as acquisition of sons, cattle, and c. 8. E. 60 Negavagalte. Action, what in action. Therefore I will speak to you about action, and learning that, you will be freed from this world of evil. One must possess knowledge about action, one must also possess knowledge about prohibited action, and again one must possess knowledge about inaction. The truth regarding action is abstruse. He is wise among men, he is possessed of devotion, and performs all actions. Who sees inaction in action, and action in inaction. The wise call him learned, whose acts are all free from desires and fancies, and whose actions are burnt down by the fire of knowledge. Forsaking all attachment to the fruit of action, always contented, dependent on none, he does nothing at all, though he engages in action. Devoid of expectations, restraining the mind and the self, and casting off all belongings to, he incurs no sin, performing actions merely for the sake of the body. 3. Satisfied with earnings coming spontaneously. 4. Rising above the pairs of opposites, free from all animosity, and equable on success or ill success, he is not fettered down, even though he performs actions. The acts of one who is devoid of attachment, who is free *, whose mind is fixed on knowledge, and who performs action for the purpose of the sacrifice. 6 are all one devoted though performing all actions. 2. Appropriating nothing / at Satanipata. PIOI seems to be the same idea. Self just before this means senses. 3. Preferably, perhaps, with the body only / but Sankara rejects this. 4. Compare infra, PIOI, and Satanipata, P12. 8. The commentators vary in their interpretations of this word mukta, but the common point appears to be free from attachment to worldly concerns / compare. Satanipata, P8. 6. Sacrifice here apparently means every act for the attainment of. Chapter 4, 29. 6l. Destroyed. Brahman is the oblation, with Brahman as a sacrificial instrument, it is offered up, Brahman is in the fire, and by Brahman it is thrown, and Brahman, too, is the goal to which he proceeds who meditates on Brahman in the action. Some devotees perform the sacrifice to the gods, some offer up the sacrifice by the sacrifice itself in the fire of Brahman. Others offer up the senses, such as the sense of hearing, and others, in the fires of restraint. Others offer up the objects of sense, such as sound and so forth, into the fires of the senses. 4. Some again offer up all the operations of the senses and the operations of the life breaths into the fire of devotion by self-restraint. 6. Kindled by knowledge. Others perform the sacrifice of wealth, the sacrifice of penance, the sacrifice of concentration of mind, the sacrifice of Vedic study and of knowledge, and others are ascetics of rigid vows. Some offer up the upward life breath into the downward life breath, and the downward life breath into the upper life breath, and stopping up the motions of the upward and downward life breaths, devote themselves to the restraint of the life breaths. 7. Others, who take the supreme, compare supra, p53. In Arvalanan Hyasgtra 1:1, 5. A text is cited meaning salutation verily is a sacrifice. 1. This thorough identification with the Brahman explains why the action is destroyed and does not fetter the doer, i.e. all acts, religious and other, offered up to the Brahman in the mode above stated. Practice yoga and other like exercises. 4. Remaining unattached to sensuous enjoyments. Stopping the bodily operations mentioned, and engaging in contemplation. 6. This is called Brahmaya Karitwa, Avalernaji /Yoyasvitra 3, 1, 3. 7. Maitri Upanishad, p. 129. E2. 62. Bhagavadgita. Limited food, offer up the life breaths into the life breaths. All of these, conversant with the sacrifice, have their sins destroyed by the sacrifice. Those who eat the nectar-like leavings of the sacrifice repair to the eternal Brahman. This world is not for those who perform no sacrifice. Whence, then, the other, O best of the Kauravas, one whose sacrifices of various sorts are laid down in the Vedas. Know them all to be produced from action. 2. And knowing this you will be released from the fetters of this world. The sacrifice of knowledge, O terror of your foes, is superior to the sacrifice of wealth for action, O son of Prfthd, is holy and entirely comprehended in knowledge. That 3. You should learn by salutation, question, and service. 4. The men of knowledge who perceive the truth will teach knowledge to you. Having learned that, O son of poor /you, you will not again fall thus into delusion. And by means of it, you will see all beings, without exception, first in yourself, and then in me*. Even if you are the most sinful of all sinful men, you will cross over all trespasses by means of the boat of knowledge alone. As a fire well kindled, O Arjuna, reduces fuel to ashes, so the fire of knowledge reduces all actions to ashes. For there is in this world no means of sanctification like no ledge 7, and that one perfected by devotion finds 1 Supra, p. 53. Operations of mind, senses, and c. Compare Supra, p. 54. 8 i.e. knowledge. 4 addressed to men of knowledge. Compare /Akopanishad, p. 282. 5 The essential unity of the supreme and individual soul and the whole universe. Compare Iropanishad, pp. 13, 14. 6 Supra, p. 60. 7 Sattanipata, p. 48. Chapter v. 3. 6i. Within oneself in time. He who has faith, whose senses are restrained, and who is assiduous, obtains knowledge. Obtaining knowledge, he acquires without delay the highest tranquility. He who is ignorant and devoid of faith, and whose self is full of misgivings, is ruined. Not this world, not the next, nor happiness, is for him whose self is full of misgivings. Actions, O Dana a Karitaya. Do not fetter one who is self-possessed, who has renounced action by devotion, and who has destroyed misgivings by knowledge. Therefore, O descendant of Bharata, destroy, with the sword of knowledge, these misgivings of yours which fill your mind, and which are produced from ignorance. Engage in devotion. Arise. Chapter v. Anina said. 0 kf/Sha. You praise renunciation of actions, and also the pursuit of them. Tell me determinately, which one of these two is superior? The deity said, renunciation and pursuit of action are both instruments of happiness. But of the two, pursuit of action is superior to renunciation of action. He should be understood to be always an ascetic asterisk, who has no aversion and no desire. For, O you of mighty arms, he who is free from the pairs of opposites is easily released from all bonds. Children, not wise men, talk of Sphynkhya and Yoga as dis. 1 Sutta p. 49. 3 Cautious, free from heedlessness. 3 i.e. one who has performed renunciation. 64 Bhagavadgita. Tinct. One who pursues either well obtains the fruit of both. The seat which the Sankhyas obtain is reached by the Yogas one also. He sees, truly, who sees the S and Nkhya and Yoga as one. Renunciation, O you of mighty arms, is difficult to reach without devotion. The sage possessed of devotion attains Brahman without delay. He who is possessed of devotion, whose self is pure, who has restrained his self 3, and who has controlled his senses, and who identifies his self with every being, is not tainted though he performs actions. The man of devotion, who knows the truth, thinks he does nothing at all, when he sees for, hears, touches, smells, eats, moves, sleeps, breathes, talks, throws out, takes, opens or closes the eyelids, he holds that the senses deal with the objects of the senses. He who, casting off all attachment, performs actions, dedicating them to Brahman, is not tainted by sin. As the lotus leaf 0 is not tainted by water. Votes, casting off attachment, perform actions for attaining purity of self, with the body, the mind, the understanding, or even the senses 7. All, free, from 1. Those who follow the yoga path / the form is noteworthy. Grammatically. 2 i.e. attains true renunciation / says Sankara, Suttara says. Attains Brahman, after becoming a renouncer. 3 Here self is explained as body, in the line which goes before. It is explained as heart. 4 These are the various operations of me organs of perception, action, and see. 6 Excretions, and see. See a very common simile. Compare inter Alira / Frandogya Upanishad. p. 276, Sutta pp. 107-134, and David's Buddhism, p. 158. Note. 7 Body equals bathing, and see. Mind equals meditation, and see. Understanding equals ascertainment of truth. Senses equals hearing and celebrating God's name. Chapter V, 19. 65. Egoistic notions. He who is possessed of devotion, abandoning the fruit of actions, attains the highest tranquility. He who is without devotion, and attached to the fruit of action, is tied down by reason of his acting in consequence of some desire. The self-restrained, embodied self lies at ease within the city of 9 portals, renouncing all actions by the mind, not doing nor causing any thing to be done. The Lord is not the cause of actions, or of the capacity of performing actions. Amongst men, or of the connection of action and fruit. But nature only works. The Lord receives no one's sin, nor merit either. Knowledge is enveloped by ignorance, hence all creatures are deluded too. But to those who have destroyed that ignorance by knowledge of the self, such knowledge, like the sun, shows forth that supreme principle. And those whose mind is centered on it, whose very self it is, who are thoroughly devoted to it, and whose final goal it is, go never to return, having their sins destroyed by knowledge. The wise look upon a £1 mirror, possessed of learning and humility, on a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a svapaka, as alike three. Even here, those have conquered the material world, whose mind rests in equability, for, since Brahman is free from defects and equable, therefore they rest in 1. Compare Pranopanishad, p. 202. Svetavatara, p. 332, Sattanipata, p. 52. The Ka// Upanishad has 11 portals, p. 132. The 9 are the eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth, and the 2 for excretions. As regards the Lord's relation to man's merit or sin, 5 as manifestations of Brahman, though of different qualities and classes. As to Svapska, a very low caste, see Sattanipata, p. 36. 4 as stated in the preceding words. 66. Bhagavadgita. Brahman. He who knows Brahman, whose mind *tzy who is not deluded, and who rests Brahman does not exult on finding anything agree nor does he grieve on finding anything disagree able. 1. One whose self is not attached to external objects, obtains the happiness that is in one's cell, and by means of concentration of mind, joining one's self with the Brahman, one obtains indestructible happiness. For the enjoyments born of contact between senses and their objects are, indeed, sources of misery. They have a beginning as well as an end. O son of Kuntal, a wise man feels no pleasure in them. He who even in this world, before his release from the body, is able to bear the agitations produced from desire and wrath, is a devoted man. He is a happy man. The devotee, whose happiness is within himself, whose recreation is within himself, and whose light of knowledge also is within himself, becoming one with the Brahman 3, obtains the Brahmic bliss. 4. The sages, whose sins have perished, whose misgivings are destroyed, who are self-restrained, and who are intent on the welfare of all beings. 5. Obtain the Brahmic bliss. To the ascetics, who are free from desire and wrath. 6. And whose minds are restrained, and who have no knowledge of the self, the Brahmic bliss is on both sides of death. The sage who excludes from his mind 1 Kama Upanishad, p. 0. Compare Supra, p. 44. 8. He is one with the Brahman as he is intent exclusively on the Brahman. 4. The bliss of assimilation with the Brahman, or, as Rhyme New Character puts it, the bliss of direct knowledge of the self. 6. Sutta Nipata, p. 39, also David's Buddhism, p. 109. 6. Compare Sutta Nipsta, p. 3. Chapter 6, 5. 67. External objects, concentrates, the visual power between the brows 1, and making the upward and downward life breaths even, confines their move ments within the nose, who restrains senses, mind, and understanding too, whose highest goal is final emancipation, from whom desire, fear, and wrath have departed, is, indeed, forever released from birth and death. He knowing me to be the enjoyer of all sacrifices and penances, the great Lord of all worlds, and the friend of all beings, attains tranquility. Chapter 6. The deity said, he who, regardless of the fruit of actions, performs the actions which ought to be performed, is the devotee and renouncer, not he who discards the sacred fires 3, nor he who performs no acts. Know, O son of P and Ndu, that what is called renunciation is devotion, for nobody becomes a devotee who has not renounced all fancies. For to the sage who wishes to rise to devotion, action is said to be a means, and to him, when he has risen to devotion, tranquility 5 is said to be a means. When one does not attach oneself to objects of sense, nor to action, renouncing all fancies, then one is said to have risen to devotion. A man should elevate his self by his self-zero, he should not debase his self, for even a man's own self is his. 1. Compare Infra, p. 78. P 57 and Kama-Upanishad, p. 157. 3. Which are required for ordinary religious rites. Which are the cause of desires. See Supra, p. 50. Abandonment of distracting actions, means sil. To perfect knowledge, says Srira. I.e. by means of a mind possessed of true discrimination. 68. Bhagavadgita. Friend, a man's own self is also his enemy. 2. Him who has subjugated his self by his self is a friend, but to him who has not restrained his self, his own self behaves inimically, like an enemy. The self of one who has subjugated his self and is tranquil, is absolutely concentrated on itself, in the midst of cold and heat, pleasure and pain, as well as honor and dishonor. The devotee whose self is contented with knowledge and experience. 5. Who is unmoved, for who has restrained his senses, and to whom a sod, a stone, and gold are alike, is said to be devoted, and he is esteemed highest. Who thinks alike 5 about well-wishers, friends, and enemies, and those who are indifferent, and those who take part with both sides, and those who are objects of hatred, and relatives, as well as about the good and the sinful. A devotee should constantly devote his self to abstraction, remaining in a secret place. 0. Alone, with his mind and self. 7. Restrained, without expectations, and without belongings, fixing his seat firmly in a clean 8. Place, not too high nor too low, and covered over with a sheet of cloth, a deer skin, and blades of kiwa grass, and there seated on that seat, fixing his mind exclusively on oneself is here explained as mind, i.e. unsteadiness of which prevents the acquisition of devotion. P. 71. 2. This means restraining senses by mind. See Maitreya Nishad, p. 180. 3. Supra, p. 57. 4. By any of the vexations of the world. 6. I.e. is free from affection or aversion towards them. 0. Release from society is insisted on at Sutta, p. 55. Self is here explained as senses, in the previous clause as mind. 8. This requisite is prescribed by many authorities. Compare KHZN. Dogya Upanishad, p. 626, Maitri p. 156, Svetvavatara, pp. 318,319. And Lerner, gr/Hyasvtra, 3, 2, 2, 4. Vedic Study 2. Chapter 6, 1-8. 69. Point, with the workings of the minds and senses restrained, he should practice devotion for purity of self, holding his body, head, and neck even and unmoved, remaining steady, looking at the tip of his own nose and not looking about in all directions, with a tranquil self, devoid of fear, and adhering to the rules of Brahmarins. 2. He should restrain his mind, and concentrate it on me, and sit down engaged in devotion, regarding me as his final goal, thus constantly devoting his self to abstraction. A devotee whose mind is restrained attains that tranquility which culminates in final emancipation and assimilation with me. Devotion is not his, O Arkaryuna, who eats too much, nor his who eats not at all, not his who is addicted to too much sleep, nor his who is ever awake. That devotion which destroys all misery is his who takes due food and exercise. 3. Who toils duly in all works, and who sleeps and awakes in due time. 4. When a man's mind well restrained becomes steady upon the self alone, then he, being indifferent to all objects of desire, is said to be devoted. As a light standing in a windless place flickers not, that is declared to be the parallel for a devotee whose mind is restrained, and who devotes his self to abstraction. That mental condition, in which the mind restrained by practice of abstraction, ceases to work, in which 1. Compare Comes Raison Bhava, Canto 3, 47. This is done in order to prevent the sight from rambling, a total closing of the eyes being objectionable as leading to sleep. 8. See these in Apastamba. p. 7 in this series, and _cf. Sutta Nipanta, pp. 159,160, and Max Mtala's Hebert Lectures, p. 158. Compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 28, 95. Buddhism shows similar injunctions. Compare Sutta Nipsta, pp. 21. 28, 95, and Dhammapada, stanza 8. 70 Bhagavad Digfree. 2. 1 Seeing the self by the self one, is pleased in the self, in which one experiences that infinite happiness which transcends the senses, and which can be grasped by the understanding only, and adhering to which one never swerves from the truth, acquiring which one thinks no other acquisition higher than it, and adhering to which one is not shaken off even by great misery, that should be understood to be called devotion, in which there is a severance of all connection with pain. That devotion should be practiced with steadiness and with an undesponding heart, abandoning, without exception, all desires to which are produced from fancies, and restraining the whole group of the senses on all sides by the mind only. 3. One should by slow steps become quiescent with a firm resolve coupled with courage. 5. And fixing the mind upon the self, should think of nothing. Wherever the active and unsteady mind breaks 4th register trademark symbol, there one should ever restrain it, and fix it steadily on the self alone. The highest happiness comes to such a devotee, whose mind is fully tx and vqw, vcvw /vmt /ec /wa /tie of passions etv suppressed, who is free from sin, and who is become one with the Brahman, thus constantly devoting his self to abstraction. A devotee, freed from sin, easily obtains that supreme happiness. Contact with the Brahman. 7. He who has devoted his self to abstraction, by devotion, looking alike on everything, one sees the highest principle by a mind purified by abstraction. 2. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 62. Compare Supra, p. 53. *ie cease to think of objects of sense. Compare Supra, p. 69. 8. I.e. an undespairing and firm resolution that devotion will be achieved ultimately. 8. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 106. 7. Assimilation with the Brahman. Chapter 6, 36. 71. Sees the self abiding in all beings, and all beings in the self one. To him who sees me in everything, and everything in me, I am never lost, and he is not lost to me too. The devotee who worships me abiding in all beings, holding that all is one. 3. Lives in me, however he may be living. 4. That devotee, O Arjuna, is deemed to be the best, who looks alike on pleasure or pain, whatever it may be, in all creatures, comparing all with his own pleasure or pain, and Arjuna said, I cannot see, O destroyer of Madhu, how the sustained existence is to be secured of this devotion by means of equanimity which you have declared, in consequence of fickleness. 4. O Kutshwa, the mind is fickle, boisterous. 6. Strong, and obstinate, and I think that to restrain it is as difficult as to restrain the wind. The deity said, doubtless, O you of mighty arms, the mind is difficult to restrain, and fickle 7. Still, O son of Kuntal, it may be restrained by constant practice and by indifference to worldly objects. It is my belief that devotion is hard to obtain for one who does not restrain his self, but by one who is self-restrained, one realizes the essential unity of everything. 3. He has access to me, and I am kind to him. 3. Compare Upanishad, p. 13. Asterisk. Even abandoning all action, says Sridhara, and compare infra, p. 105. 3. Who believes that pleasure and pain are as much liked or disliked by others as by himself, and puts himself in fact in the place of others. Asterisk. Troublesome to the body, senses, and c. 7. Compare Dhammapada, stanza 33. Seek 72. Bhagavadgita. And assiduous, it can be obtained through proper expedients. R/Una said, what is the end of him, O Krishna, who does not attain the consummation of his devotion, being not assiduous asterisk, and having a mind shaken off from devotion, though full of faith? Does he, fallen from both paths, to go to ruin like a broken cloud? Being, O you of mighty arms, without support, and deluded on the path leading to the Brahman. Be pleased, O Krishna, to entirely destroy this doubt of mine, for none else than you can destroy this doubt. The deity said, O son of Ivatha, neither in this world nor the next is ruin for him, for, O dear friend, none who performs good deeds comes to an evil end. He who is fallen from devotion attains the worlds of those who perform meritorious acts, dwells there for many a year, and is afterwards born into a family of holy and illustrious 3 men. Or he is even born into a family of talented devotees, for such a birth as that in this world is more difficult to obtain. There he comes into contact with the knowledge which belonged to him in his former body, and then again, O descendant of Kuru, he works for perfection for even the reluctant 5, he is led away by the one. Compare p. 73. Infra. To the path to heaven, and that to final emancipation. 3 kings or emperors says Madhusvdana. 4 i.e. final emancipation. Fetas are Karyatuna himself says Madhusvdana, 4 receives instruction in knowledge, though he comes to the battlefield without any such object, hence it was said before, nothing is here abortive ***. CP 47. Chapter 7, 4. 73. Self-same former practice, and although he only wishes to learn devotion, he rises above the fruits of action laid down in the divine word. But the devotee working with great efforts and cleared of his sins, attains perfection after many births, and then reaches the supreme goal. The devotee is esteemed higher than the performers of penances, higher even than the men of knowledge, and the devotee is higher than the men of action. Therefore, O at Karyatuna, become a devotee. And even among all devotees, he who, being full of faith, worships me, with his inmost self intent on me, is esteemed by me to be the most devoted. Chapter VH. The deity said, 0 Son of PMHD. Now hear how you can without Doubt know me fully, fixing your mind on me, and resting in me, and practicing devotion. I will now tell you exhaustively about knowledge, together with experience, that being known, there is nothing further left in this world to know. Among thou sons of men, only some two work for perfection. 3. And even of those who have reached perfection, and who are assiduous, only some know me truly. Earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, understanding. One is distinguished from the others who work half-heartedly, so to say. CP 72. 2 some 1 asterisk in the original. 3 i.e. knowledge of the self. Sankara says, as to the next clause, that those even who work for final emancipation must be deemed to have reached perfection / 74 Bhagavadgita. And egoism / thus is my nature divided eightfold. But this is a lower form of my nature. Know that there is another form of my nature, and higher than this, which is animate, O you of mighty arms, and by which this universe is upheld. Know that all things have these for their source too. I am the producer and the destroyer of the whole universe. There is nothing else, Oden or Karitaya, higher than myself. All this is woven upon me, like numbers of pearls upon a thread. 3. I am the taste in water, O son of Kuntv. I am the light of the sun and moon. I am Om. Asterisk. In all the Vedas, sound. 5. In space, and manliness in human beings, I am the fragrant smell. In the earth, refulgence in the fire, I am life in all beings, and penancer in those who perform penance. Know me, O son of PMHD, to be the eternal seed of all beings. I am the discernment of the discerning ones, and I the glory of the glorious 7. I am also the strength, unaccompanied by fondness or desire 8. Of the strong, and, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, I am love unopposed to piety 9 among all. 1 This accords with the Sankhya philosophy. See chapter I. Sutra 6 1 of the current aphorisms. 8 Compare infra, p. 105. 3 Compare mu / Akopanishad, p. 298. 4 Infra, p. 79. Compare Goldstucker's Remains, I. 14, 122, Yoga Stitras I. 27. 8. I.e. the occult essence which underlies all these and the other qualities of the various things mentioned. 6 i.e. power to bear the pairs of opposites. 7 Glory here seems to mean dignity, greatness. 8 Desire is the wish to obtain new things. Fondness is the anxiety to retain what has been obtained. The strength here spoken of, therefore, is that which is applied to the performance of one's own duties only. Asterisk i.e. indulged within the bounds allowed by the rules of the Sastras, namely, for the procreation of sons and see only. Chapter 7, 20/75. Beings and all entities which are of the quality of goodness, and those which are of the quality of passion and of darkness, know that they are, indeed, all from me, lam not in them, but they are in me. The whole universe deluded by these three states of mind, developed from the qualities, does not know me, who am beyond them and inexhaustible, for this delusion of mine, developed from the qualities, is divine and difficult to transcend. Those who resort to me alone cross beyond this delusion. Wicked men, doers of evil acts, who are deluded, who are deprived of their knowledge by this delusion, and who incline to the demoniac state of mind to do not resort to me, but, O Arjuna, doers of good acts, of four classes worship me: one who is distressed, one who is seeking after knowledge, one who wants wealth, and one, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, who is possessed of knowledge. Of these, he who is possessed of knowledge, who is always devoted, and whose worship is addressed to one being only, is esteemed highest. For to the man of knowledge I am dear above all things, and he is dear to me. All these are noble, but the man possessed of knowledge is deemed by me to be my own self, for he with his self devoted to abstraction has taken to me as the goal than which there is nothing higher. At the end of many lives, the man possessed of knowledge approaches me, believing that Vipaunsudava is everything. Such a high-souled man is very hard to find. Those who are deprived of knowledge by various desires approach other one. They do not dominate over me, I rule them. Infra, p. 115. M. F. 76 Bhagavadgita. Divinities, observing various regulations and controlled by their own natures. 2. Whichever form of deity any worshipper wishes to worship with faith, to that form I render his faith steady. Possessed of that faith, he seeks to propitiate the deity in that form, and obtains from it those beneficial things which he desires, though they are really given by me. But the fruit thus obtained by them who have little judgment is perishable. Those who worship the divinities go to the divinities, and my worshippers too go to me. The undiscerning ones, not knowing my transcendent and inexhaustible essence, than which there is nothing higher, think me, who am perceived, to have become perceptible, for surrounded by the delusion of my mystic power, I am not manifest to all. This deluded world knows not me, unborn and inexhaustible. I know, O Arjuna, the things which have been, those which are, and those which are to be. But me nobody knows. All beings, O terror of your foes, are deluded at the time of birth, by the delusion, O descendant of Bharata, caused by the pairs of opposites arising from desire and aversion. But the men of meritorious actions, whose sins have terminated, worship me, being released from the delusion, caused by the pairs of one fasts and so forth, which are the result of the actions done in previous lives. And the divinities are not eternal, so the fruit obtained is ephemeral. For the ignorant do not know the real divinity of Vishnu, thinking him to be no higher than as he is seen in the human form. This gives them an inadequate notion of the purity and eternity of the happiness to be obtained by worshipping him, compare infra, p. 83. Asterisk the veil surrounding me is created by my mysterious power. And that everybody cannot pierce through, compare. Karma, p. 117. Chapter 8, 4. 77. Opposites, and being firm in their beliefs. Those who, resting on me, work for release from old age and death too, know the Brahmanes, the whole adhyphy, and all action. And those who know me with the adhibhuta, the adhideva, and the adhyacaritva, having minds devoted to abstraction, know me at the time of departure from this world. Chapter 8. Akarituna said, what is that Brahman, what the Adhitma, and what, O best of beings, is action? And what is called the Adhibhuta? And who is the Adhyakaritaka? And how in this body, O destroyer of Madhu? And how, too, are you to be known at the time of departure from this world, by those who restrain their scythes? The deity said, the Brahman is the supreme, the indestructible. Its manifestation, as an individual self, is called the Adhipoundma, the offering of an oblation to any divinity, which is the cause of the production and development of all things, is named action. The Adhibhuta is all perishable things. The Adhidai Vata is the primal being. And the Adhyakaritva, O best of embodied beings, is I myself in this body for one concerning the supreme principle and the mode of worshipping it. Asterisk compare infra, p. 109. 3. See the next chapter. Asterisk Adhitma where it occurs before, for example p. 55, has been ren. Dirt the relation between the supreme and individual soul. Asterisk has 2. F2. 78 Bhagavadgita. And he who leaves this body and departs from this world, remembering me in his last moments, comes into my essence. There is no doubt of that. Also, whichever form one, of deity, he remembers when he finally leaves this body, to that he goes, O son of Kuntal, having been used to ponder on it. Therefore, at all times remember me, and engage in battle. Fixing your mind and understanding on me, you will come to me, there is no doubt. He who thinks of the Supreme Divine Being, O son of Frithd, with a mind not running to other objects, and possessed of abstraction in the shape of continuous meditation about the Supreme, goes to him. He who, possessed of reverence for the Supreme Being, with a steady mind, and with the power of devotion, properly concentrates the life breath between the brows too, and meditates on the ancient seer, the ruler, more minute than the minutest atom s, the supporter of all, who is of an unthinkable form, whose brilliance is like that of the sun, and who is beyond all darkness, for he attains to that transcendent and divine being. 1.6 will tell you briefly about the seat, which those who know the Vedas declare to be indestructible, which is entered by ascetics from whom all desires have departed, and wishing for which people pursue the action, compare pp. 53, 54. Adhibhta is apparently the whole inanimate creation, and Adhidevata is the being supposed to dwell in the sun. Adhyakaritna is Kayasha. Compare 2 pp. 113, 114. 1. Some commentators say, whatever thing generally the form remembered in one's last moments would be that which had been most often meditated on during life. Compare Supra, p. 67. 8ka/4a, p. 105. S. Yetalvatara, p. 333. 4. Compare Avatsravatara Upanishad, p. 327. Asterisk ka/a Upanishad, pi 102. Chapter Vri, 17. 7-9. Mode of life of Brahma /rins/ he who leaves the body and departs from this world, stopping up all passages. 2. And confining the mind within the heart register trademark symbol. Placing the life breath in the head, and adhering to uninterrupted meditation. 4. Repeating the single syllable Om, signifying the eternal Brahman register trademark symbol, and meditating on me, he reaches the highest goal. To the devotee who constantly practices abstraction, O son of Prfthd, and who with a mind not turned to anything else, is ever and constantly meditating on me, I am easy of access. The high-souled ones who achieve the highest perfection, attaining to me, do not again come to life, which is transient, a home of woe's degree. All worlds, O Akarituna, up to the world of Brahman, are destined to return 7. But, O son of Kuntal, after attaining to me, there is no birth again. Those who know a day of Brahman to end after 1,000 ages, and the night to terminate after 1,000 ages, are the persons. 1. As to Brahman rins, see Supra, p. 69. Asterisk the senses / say the commentators. Might it not refer to the 9 portals at p. 65 Supra? See also, however, p. 108. 8. I.e. thinking of nothing, making the mind cease to work. Compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 179. 4. Compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 130, uninterrupted, like oil when poured out, says the commentator. 5. Compare Aindogya Upanishad, p. 151, Mandukya, pp. 330-388. Om is all, past, present, and future, in r /Sihud Pint, pp. No. 117, 17-1, Matat, p. 140, Prajna p. 220. On the opening passage of the Khandogya, Sankara says, Om is the closest designation of the Supreme Being. He is pleased when it is pronounced, as people ire at the mention of a favorite name / see also Mtala. Hibbert Lectures, p. 84, Gold Stickers Remains, I.T. 22. 6. See Infra, p. 86, and compare Sutta p. 125. 7. They are only temporary, not the everlasting seats of the 8. O Bhagavadgita, who know day and night. 1. Asterisk on the advent of day, all perceptible things are produced from the unperceived, and on the advent of night they dissolve in that same principle, called the unperceived. This same assemblage of entities, being produced again and again, dissolves on the advent of night, and, O Son of P. 7th and issues forth on the advent of day, without a will of its own too. But there is another entity, unperceived and eternal, and distinct from this perceived principle, which is not destroyed when all entities are destroyed. It is called the unperceived, the indestructible. They call it the highest goal. Attaining to it, none returns. 3. That is my supreme abode. That supreme being, O son of PMHFT. He in whom all these entities dwell and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained to by reverence not directed to another. I will state the times, O descendant of Bharata, at which devotees departing from this world go never to return, or to return. The fire, the flame. 5. The day. 1. Compare Manu I, 73. Sankara says that this explains why the abodes of Brahma and others are said to be not lasting. They are limited by time. As to ages, Sriyara says, a human year is a day and night of the gods. 12,000 years made of such days and nights make up the 4 ages, 1,000. Such quaternions of ages make up a day, and another 1,000. A night of Brahma. Of such days and nights Brahma has 100 years to live. At the close of his life, the universe is destroyed. 8. Compare P82 Infra, also Manu SMR/TI, 52. And Kalidasas Ku. Marasam 8. 3. Compare Kamapanishad, P149. And also P112 Infra. 4. I.e. by whom, as the cause of them, all these entities are supported, compare P82 Infra. 6. Sriyara understands the time when in the sentence preceding this, to mean for the path indicated by a deity presiding over. Chapter 9, 2. 8. 1. The bright fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing from the world, in these, those who know the Brahman go to the Brahman. Smoke. Night, the dark fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice, dying, in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light and returns back. These 2 paths, bright and dark, are deemed to be eternal in this world too. By the one, a man goes never to return. By the other he comes back. Knowing these 2 paths, O son of Przthct, no devotee is deluded. 3. Therefore at all times be possessed of devotion, O Akarituna. A devotee knowing all this obtains all the holy fruit which is prescribed for study of the Vedas, for sacrifices, and also for penances and gifts. And he attains to the highest and primeval seat. Chapter 9. Now I will speak to you, who are not given to carping, of that most mysterious knowledge, Akam. Pay need by experience, by knowing which you will be released from evil. It is the chief among the sciences, the chief among the mysteries. It is the best means of sanctification. It is imperishable, not time, by which, and the fire flame is included in this, though having no connection with time. Sankara agrees, though he also suggests that fire means a deity presiding over time. I own I have no clear notion of the meaning of these verses. Compare Anugita. p. 342, Bhagavadgita Upanishad, p. 1057 Seek. 1. Compare Prana Upanishad, p. 64. And Satrika Bhashya, p. 747 Seek. J. i.e. for those who are fitted for knowledge or action. 3. i.e. does not desire heaven, but devotes himself to the Supreme Being, seeing that heavenly bliss is only temporary. For all that is stated in this chapter. 82. Bhagavadgita. Opposed to the sacred law. It is to be apprehended directly and is easy to practice. O terror of your foes, those men who have no faith in this holy doctrine, return to the path of thin mortal world, without attaining to me. That's whole universe ls, pervaded by me in an unperceived form. All entities you've in me. Why? But I do not live in them, nor yet do all entities live in me. See my divine power supporting all entities and producing all entities. Myself lives not in those entities, as the great and ubiquitous atmosphere always remains in space. Know that similarly all entities live in me. 3. At the expiration of a kalpa, O son of Kunti, all entities enter my nature, and at the beginning of a kalpa, I again bring them forth, taking the control of my own nature. 4. I bring forth again and again this whole collection of entities, without a will of its own. 6. By the power of nature. But, O Arkarituna, these actions do not fetter 6. Me, who remain like one unconcerned, and who am unattached to those actions. Nature gives birth to movables and immovables through me, the supervisor, and by reason of that. 7. O son of Kunti, the universe revolves. Deluded people of vain hopes, vain acts, vain no one, i.e. by immediate consciousness, not mediately, not opposed to the sacred law, / i.e. like the Sayana sacrifice for destroying a foe. 2. Because he is untainted by anything, and therefore also the entities do not live in him, as said in the next sentence. CP 80. Supra. 3. As space is untainted and unaffected by the air which remains in it, so am I by the entities. 4. Supra. p. 58. Nature equals the unperceived principle. 5. Compare p. 89 Supra. 1. I am not affected by the differences in the conditions of these entities. 7. Viz. The supervision. Chapter 9, 1-8. 3. Leg 1. Whose minds are disordered, and who are inclined to the delusive nature of asuras and rakshasas, not knowing my highest nature as great Lord of all entities, disregard me as I have assumed a human body too. But the high-souled ones, O son of Pavtai, who are inclined to the godlike nature, knowing me as the inexhaustible source of all entities, worship me with minds not turned elsewhere. constantly glorifying me, and exerting themselves. 3. Firm in their vows. 4. And saluting me with reverence. They worship me, being always devoted. And others, again, offering up the sacrifice of knowledge, worship me as one, as distinct, and as all-pervading in Neum. Res Forms 6. I am the Kratu 6, I am the Yokaritwa. I am the Svadai, I the product of the herbs. I am the sacred verse. I too am the sacrificial butter. And I the fire, I the offering. 7. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the creator, the grandee, the thing to be known, the means of sanctification. The syllable OMS, the RIC, S and MAN, and Yod.Fus also. The goal, the sustainer, the Lord, the supervisor, the one hope, viz. that some other deity will give them what they want. Acts, vain as not offered to the supreme, knowledge, vain as abounding in foolish doubts, and c. 1 compare. p. 76 supra. 3 for a knowledge of the supreme, or for the means of such knowledge. 4 vows equals veracity, harmlessness, and c. 8 sacrifice of knowledge, viz. the knowledge that Vasudeva is all. As one equals believing that all is one, as distinct equals believing that sun, moon, and sea are different manifestations of me. Kratu is a Vedic sacrifice. Yigvya, a sacrifice laid down in SMR/Ts. Svada equals offering to the mains, product of the herbs equals food prepared from vegetables, or medicine. 7 compare p. 61 supra. 8 p. 79 supra. 84. Bhagavadgita. Residence 1, the asylum, the friend, the source, and that in which it merges, the support, the receptacle, and the inexhaustible seed. I cause heat and I send forth and stop showers. I am immortality and also death, and I, O Arjuna, am that which is and that which is not too. Those who know the 3 branches of knowledge, who drink the summer juice, whose sins are washed away, offer sacrifices and pray to me for a passage into heaven, and reaching the holy world of the Lord of gods, they enjoy in the celestial regions the celestial pleasures of the gods. And having enjoyed that great heavenly world, they enter the mortal world when their merit is exhausted. 3. Thus those who wish for objects of desire, and resort to the ordinances of the 3 Vedas, obtain, as the fruit, going and coming. 2. Those men who worship me, meditating on me and on no one else, and who are constantly devoted. I give new gifts and preserve what is acquired by them. 4. Even those, O son of Kunti, who being devotees of other divinities worship with faith, worship me only, but irregularly register trademark symbol. For I am the enjoyer as well as the Lord Zero of all sacrifices. But they know me not truly, therefore do they fall. 7. Those who make vows. 8 to the gods go to the gods. 1 i.e. the seat of enjoyment, receptacle equals where things are served for future use, say the commentators. J. The gross and the subtle elements, or causes and effects. 8 compare. Mufakopanishad. p. 279, and Jatin Dojia, p. 344. 4 cf. /Dhammapada, stanza 23. i.e. attainment to the Brahman, and not returning from it. RDM's new karate. 5. Because in form they worship other divinities. Giver of the fruit. As to enjoyer, compare P67 Supra. 7. I.e. return to the mortal world. 8.1. Some regulation as to mode of worship. Compare also P76 Supra. Chapter 9, 32. 85. Those who make vows to the mains go to the mains. Those who worship the Bhiltas go to the Bhiltas. And those likewise who worship me go to me. Who ever with devotion offers me leaf, flower, fruit, water, that, presented with devotion, I accept from him. Whose self is pure. Whatever you do, O son of Kuntal, whatever you eat, whatever sacrifice you make, whatever you give, whatever penance you perform, do that as offered to me. 1. Thus will you be released from the bonds of action, the fruits of which are agreeable or disagreeable, and with yourself possessed of this devotion, this renunciation. 2. You will be released from the bonds of action, and will come to me. I am alike to all beings, to me none is hateful, none dear. But those who worship me with devotion, dwell in me, and I too in them. Even if a very ill-conducted man worships me, not worshipping anyone else, he must certainly be deemed to be good, for he has well resolved. 4. He soon becomes devout of heart, and obtains lasting tranquility. You may affirm, O son of Kunti, that my devotee is never ruined. 4. O son of Prith and / even those who are of sinful birth. 6. Women, Valyas, and Ephedras likewise, resorting to me, attain the supreme goal. What then need 1. Compare P55 Supra, and other passages. This mode of action is at once devotion and renunciation. The first, because one cares not for fruit, the second, because it is offered to the Supreme. 8. For they dwell in me. By their devotion to me, I dwell in them, as giver of happiness to them. 4. Viz. that the Supreme Being alone should be reverenced. 8. Sankara takes Vajias and C as examples of this, not so Srira. Compare as to women and Svidras, NR//What T and Pinf, P14. 4. Of sinful birth equals of low birth, Srira, equals birth resulting from sins, Sankara. Gg. Bhagavadgita. Be said of holy be Ashmawas and royal saints, who are my devotees, coming to this transient happy one world, worship me. Place your mind on me, become my devotee, my worshipper. Reverence me, and thus making me your highest goal, and devoting yourself to abstraction, you will certainly come to me. Chapter X. Yet again, O you of mighty arms, listen to my excellent 2 words, which, out of a wish for your welfare, I speak to you who are delighted with them. Not the multitudes of gods, nor the great sages know my source, for I am in every way 3. The origin of the gods and great sages. Of all Mortals, he who knows me to be unborn, without beginning, the great Lord of the world, being free from delusion, is released from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from delusion, forgiveness, truth, restraint half the senses, tranquility, pleasure, pain, birth, death, fear, and also security, harmlessness, equability, contentment, penance, making, gifts, glory, disgrace. All these different tempers, four of living beings, are from me alone. The seven great sages, and likewise the four ancient Manus register trademark symbol, whose descendants are all these people in the world, were all born from my 1 compare p79 supra. Asterisk as referring to the Supreme Soul. 5 as creator, as moving agent in workings of the intellect, and c. 4 the names are not always names of one tempers / but the corresponding temper must be understood. 8 the words are also otherwise construed, the four ancients Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, Sanat Compoundra, and the Manus / according to the later mythology the Manus are 14. Chapter X, 1-6. 87. Mind 1, partaking of my powers. Whoever correctly knows these powers and emanations of mine, becomes possessed of devotion free from indecision. Of this, there is no doubt. The wise, full of love to worship me, believing that I am the origin of all, and that all moves on through me, placing their minds on me, offering their lives to me, instructing each other, and speaking about me, they are always contented and happy. To these who are constantly devoted, and who worship with love, I give that knowledge by which they attain to me, and remaining in their hearts, I destroy, with the brilliant lamp of knowledge, the darkness born of ignorance. In such men, only, out of compassion for them, Arkaryatuna said, "You are the supreme Brahman, the supreme goal, the holiest of the holy." All sages, as well as the divine sage Narada, Asita, 3. Devala, and Vyansa, call you the eternal being, divine, the first God, the UN born, the all-pervading. And so, too, you tell me yourself, O Kesava. I believe all this that you tell me to be true, for, O Lord, neither the gods nor demons understand your manifestation, for you only know yourself by yourself. O best of beings, creator of all things, Lord of all things, God of gods, Lord of the universe, be pleased to declare, without one by the mere operation of my thought, as to ancients, of 8 Aryaranyaka, p. 136. 2. Sankara renders the word here by perseverance in pursuit of truth. 11. Anandajayari calls Asita father of Devala. See also David's Buddhism, p. 185, Max Muller's ANC. Sangsk. Lit. p. 463. Asterisk Sil. In human form for the good of the gods and the destruction of demons. 88 Bhagavadgita. Exception your divine emanations, by which emanations you stand pervading all these worlds. How shall I know you, O you of mystic power? Always meditating on you. And in what various entities /0 Lord should I meditate on you? Again, O Kanidana, do you yourself declare your powers and emanations, because hearing this nectar, I still feel no satiety. The deity said, well then, O best of Kauravas, I will state to you my own divine emanations, but only the chief ones, for there is no end to the extent of my emanations. I am the Self, OGU:8 seated in the hearts of all beings too. I am the beginning and the middle and the end also of all beings. I am Vishvu. Among the Adityas 3, the beaming sun among the shining bodies, I am Mura 3 among the Maruts 4. And the moon among the lunar mansions 5. Among the Vedas, I am the Samaveda degree. I am Indra among the gods. And I am mind among the senses 7. I am consciousness in living beings. And 1 am. Sankara 8 among the Rudras, the Lord of Wealth 9 among Yakshas and Rakshasis. And I am fire among the Vajas, and Meru 10 among the high. 1 To know you fully being impossible, what special manifestation of you should we resort to for our meditations? 9 pm 129 Infra. J. Aditya is used in the Veda chiefly as a general epithet for a number of solar deities. Max Mtala, Hebert Lectures, p. 264. For the storm gods, as Max Muller calls them. 5 Compare. Sutta 4 Ta. p. 121. Asterisk as being, probably, full of music. 7 Compare. Asandogya. p. 121, where Sankara says, mind is the chief of man's inner activities. Now the third member of our Trinity. Kubra. 15 The Golden Mount. Chapter X, 30. 89. Topped mountains. And know me, O Aguna. 2. Bibhaspati, the chief among domestic priests. I am Skanda among generals. I am the ocean among reservoirs of water / I am Burfgu among the great sages. I am the single syllable, om**, among words. Among sacrifices I am the 6 Apar sacrifice 3. The Himalaya among the firmly fixed mountains. The Akarit Vatha. 4. Among all trees, and Ndrada among divine sages, 8 Itiratha among the heavenly chorus. Tas, the sage Kapila among the siddhas are. Among horses know me to be u /# 6 aii /Sravas degree, brought forth by the labors for the nectar and Advaita among the great elephants, and the ruler of men among men 7. I am the thunderbolt among weapons, the wish-giving cow among cows. And I am love, which generates 8. Among serpents I am Vtsuki. Among 9 snakes I am Ananta, I am Varyuwa. Among aquatic beings. And I am Ahriman among the mains, and Yama 10 among rulers. Among demons. 2. I am Praltha. I am the king of death, Ktlu. Time, among those that count 11. Among beasts. I compare. Sutta Nipata, p. 121. 2 Vaidhi. p. 79 Supra. 3 Gapar is the silent meditation. Madhusvdana says, it is superior, owing to its not involving the slaughter of any animal, and c. 4 The fig tree. It is the symbol of life in chapter 15 Infra. 6 Those who even from birth are possessed of piety, knowledge, indifference to the world, and superhuman power. Compare Avets. Jvatara Upanishad, p. 357. 6 This is Indra's horse, brought out at the churning of the ocean. Airavata is Indra's elephant. 7 Compare Sutta Nipta, p. 121. 8 I. Not the merely carnal passion. Compare p. 74 Supra. Registered trademark symbols are without poison, says Uttara. Varyuva is the sea god. 10 Yama is death, and Pramda the virtuous demon for whom Vishhashu became incarnate as the man-lion. As 2 Mains, c. Goldsteaker's remains, I. 133. 2 Counts the number of men's sins are sm pound m hashe, Sriftara says. Go. Bhagavadgita. I am the lord of beasts, and the son of Venata 1. Among birds, I am the wind. Among those that blow 2. I am Ma pound Ma. 3 Among those that wield weapons. Among fishes, I am Makara asterisk, and among streams, the Jnanavle of created things I am the begin, Nink and the end and the middle also, O Arjuna. Among sciences, I am the science of the Adhyatma, and I am the argument of controversialists. Among letters I am the letter A degree, and among the group of compounds the copulative 7 compound. I myself am time inexhaustible, and I the creator whose faces are in all directions. I am death who seizes all, and the source of what is to be. And among females, fame 8, fortune, speech, memory, intellect, courage, forgiveness. Likewise among summon hymns, I am the Bhad summon 9, and I the G and Yatrt 10 among meters. I am M and RGASIRSHA. Among the months, this refers to time, with its divisions into years, months and c. While a little further on it means time eternal. 1 i.e. the Garutha or eagle, who is the vehicle of Vishnu in Hindu mythology. Asterisk those who have the capacity of motion, says Ramanuja. The hero of the Hindu epos, Ramayana, translated into verse by Mr. R.T.H. Griffiths. Asterisk the dolphin. 4 The Ganges. Asterisk that letter is supposed to comprehend all language. Compare 8 Aryasrayaka, p. 346, and another text there cited by Madhava in his commentary, p. 348. 7 This is said to be the best, because all its members are coordinate with one another, not one depending on another. Asterisk i.e. the deities of fame, and c. Asterisk c. As to this, Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 16. Sankara says this hymn relates to final emancipation. 10 Compare Amdogya Upanishad, p. 18:1, where Sankara says, Gayatri is the chief meter, because it is the means to a knowledge of the Brahman. It is the meter of the celebrated verse Om Tat Savicha and c. Chapter X, 42. 91. Spring among the seasons. 1. Of cheats, I am the game of dice, I am the glory of the glorious, I am victory, I am industry, I am the goodness of the good. I am Phi-Sudava. Among the descendants of VWSHM2, and Arjuna among the P-Wavers. Among sages also, I am Vifisa. 3. And among the discerning ones, I am the discerning you. Jonas 4. I am the rod of those that restrain, and the policy register trademark symbol of those that desire victory. I am silence, respecting secrets. I am the knowledge of those that have knowledge. And, O Arjuna, I am also that which is the seed of all things. There is nothing movable or immovable which can exist without me. O terror of your foes, there is no end to my divine emanations. Here I have declared the extent of those emanations only in part. Whatever thing there is of power, or glorious, or splendid, know all that to be produced from portions of my energy. Or rather, O Arjuna, what have you to do, knowing all this at large? I stand supporting all this by but a single portion of myself. 6. 1. Compare Amdogya Upanishad, p. 126. M and Rgatrtsha is November. December. Madhyaskdana says this is the best month, as being neither too hot nor too cold, but seashlagals. Bhagavadgita, ed. Lassen, p. 276. Asterisk 1 of Kr//Shna's ancestors. 8. The compiler of the Vedas. 4. The preceptor of the deities or demons. A work on politics is ascribed to him. 8. Making peace, bribing, and c. Asterisk CL Purushasvikta, Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 9. 8. G. 92 Bhagavadgita. Chapter 11. Arjuna said, in consequence of the excellent and mysterious words concerning the relation of the Supreme and individual soul, which you have spoken for my welfare, this delusion of mine is gone away. O you, whose eyes are like lotus leaves, I have heard from you at large about the production and dissolution of things, and also about your inexhaustible greatness. O highest Lord, what you have said about yourself is so. I wish, O best of beings, to see your divine form. If, O Lord, you think that it is possible for me to look upon it, then, O Lord of the possessors of mystic power, show your inexhaustible form to me. The deity said, in hundreds and in thousands see my forms, O son of Pmi, various, divine, and of various colors and shapes. See the Adityas, Vajas, Rudras, the 2 Alvins, and Maruts likewise, and Odissan, Dant of Bharata. See wonders, in numbers, unseen before, within my body, O Gur and Ke.Sat. See today the whole universe, including everything movable and immovable, all in one, and whatever else you wish to see. But you will not be able to see me. With merely this eye of yours. I give you an eye. Divine. Now, see my divine power. Sanatsujatiya said. Having spoken thus, O King Hari, the Great One, Madhusitna takes power to mean capacity of becoming small or great, of obtaining what is wanted, and the so-called 8 Bhaktis. Chapter 11, 1-7. 93. Lord of the possessors of mystic power, then showed to the son of PMHD his supreme divine form, having many mouths and eyes, having, within it, many wonderful sights, having many celestial ornaments, having many celestial weapons held erect, wearing celestial flowers and vestments, having an anointment of celestial perfumes, full of every wonder. The infinite deity with faces in all directions. 1. If in the heavens, the luster of 1,000 suns burst forth all at once, that would be like the luster of that mighty one. There the son of Vantttdu then observed in the body of the God of gods the whole universe, all in one, and divided into numerous 8 divisions. Then Dana fire filled with amazement, and with hair standing on end, bowed his head before the god, and spoke with joined hands. Akarituna said, O God, I see within your body the gods, as also all the groups of various beings, and the Lord Brahman seated on his lotus seat, and all the sages and celestial snakes. I see you, who are of countless forms, possessed of many arms, stomachs, mouths, and eyes on all sides. And, O Lord of the universe, O you of all forms, I do not see your end or middle or beginning. I see you bearing a coronet and a mace and a discus, a mass of glory, brilliant on all sides, difficult to look at, having on. Compare P90 Supra. Sankara explains it as meaning pervading everything. The expression occurs in the Nrsimhaspini Shad, P50, where it is said, as, without organs. It sees, hears, goes, takes from all sides and pervades everything. Therefore it has faces on all sides. Asterisk gods, manes, men, and so forth. G2. Bhagavadgita. All sides the effulgence of a blazing fire or sun. And indefinable. You are indestructible, the supreme one to be known. You are the highest support, one of this universe. You are the inexhaustible protector of everlasting piety. I believe you to be the eternal being. I see you void of beginning, middle, end, of infinite power, of unnumbered arms, having the sun and moon for eyes, having a mouth like a blazing fire, and heating the universe with your radiance. For this space between heaven and earth and all the quarters are pervaded by you alone. Looking at this wonderful and terrible form of yours, O high-souled one, the 3 worlds are affrighted. For here these groups of gods are entering into you. Some, being afraid, are praying with joined hands. And the groups of great sages and siddhas are saying welfare to, and praising you with abundant hymns of praise. The Rudras and Adityas, the Vajas, the Espantoyas, the Visvas, the two Alvins, the Maruts, and the Ushmapas, and the groups of Gandharvas, Yakshas, demons, and siddhas are all looking at you amazed, seeing your mighty form, with many mouths and eyes, with many arms, thighs, and feet, with many stomachs, and fearful with many jaws, all people, and I likewise, are much alarmed, O you of mighty arms, seeing you, O Vishvu, touching the skies, radiant, possessed of many hues, with a gaping mouth, and with large blazing eyes. I am much alarmed in my inmost self, and feel no courage, no tranquility, and seeing your mouths terrible by the jaws, and 1. The words are the same as at p97 infra, where see the note. 1. Seeing signs of some great cataclysm, they say, may it be well with the universe, and then proceed to pray to you. Chapter 11, 32. 95. Resembling the fire of destruction, I cannot recognize the